And also, I wanted to write about the influence of India on the Beatles because it was profound. The music, the musical instruments, the musicians, the lyrics. So I wrote this incredible book, which has 512 pages, and which is has this beautiful cover that I actually created the collage for the cover, which I think is really cool because it's a nod to Sergeant Pepper.
Yep.
If you see that, you think, oh, Sergeant Pepper, because it has all the people in the background. There are all the spiritual influences. It also has some Indian musicians on it, and it has Lakshmi there in the center, which is, she's on Sergeant Pepper in the center.
Round two, let's get it.
When the Beatles went there, I've often wondered about this because I see, and maybe you can help me understand this. When I see the ashrams and I see that many people there, that's it. There's a lot. Are you? It's not luxurious.
Oh no.
Round two, let's get it.
Right.
You're in a cement barrack with cobwebs on the windows, outdoor plumbing, outdoor wash basin, outdoor toilet, and you're in a cell, and there's a cot, and there's a table and a chair.
So the Beatles weren't at the Four Seasons.
No,
they were staying at the ashram.
Yeah, they were not at the Oberoi Hotel. So the thing is, the ashram in Rishikesh is very remote. It's in the foothills of the Himalayas. It's in a very small village called Rishikesh on the banks of the Ganges River, overlooking the Ganges, about 150 feet up on a cliff. Very beautiful view and very primitive. And Maharishi asked them if they wanted to dine, by themselves and have their own exclusive dining room. They said, oh, no, we'll dine with everybody else. They just hung out with the students that were there, and they were very friendly and outgoing. And they would go up on the roof of their bungalow, compose music up there, And
Yeah.
also George started to have like hippie music concerts up there on the roof of his bungalow. He brought his organ up there.
You and I can, and there are certain kinds of people that cannot, and there are more and more people
how
that
long
cannot.
were they in India?
Okay, so John and George stayed the longest. They were there for 2 months. Paul stayed for about 1 month, and Ringo stayed for only about a week because he had babies at home. One of his children was only 6 months old, so he couldn't really stay very long.
Now, what were the rules with the Maharishi? Were there drugs at the ashram?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Exactly. And so with TM, okay, so there's meditation and then there's TM. What's the difference?
Well, meditation is just a generic word for any kind of
just opium.
Getting quieting the mind or contemplation, or going into a quiet state or just closing your eyes. There's so many types of meditation, but transcendental meditation is a specific brand of meditation. It's been trademarked, it's an actual method, and it uses a mantra. It's a mantra meditation, which just basically you repeat a mantra in your mind, quiet. You don't say it or chant it. You just think it quietly, and it takes you into a state of transcendental consciousness. That's why it's called transcendental meditation.
And does everybody have their own mantra?
Well, everybody has a mantra, but there's a very limited number of mantras that were just distributed.
No, help me understand. I've never practiced TM. I've read, I've read some of it.
Right.
But where did the mantras come from?
From India. I mean, these are traditional mantras from India. It's not something that Maharishi invented. The mantras are very well widespread known in India, and they are chanted or they're used mentally, mostly in India. I have to say that in the Hindu temples and in India, mostly mantras are chanted, but in a serious meditation practice, they're repeated mentally.
And the Beatles were doing this.
Absolutely, they were doing it.
And how long? I'm just picturing John doing this, right? And and taking this. They took it very, very serious.
Very seriously.
Okay, so how long? Well, don't say how. Don't answer like however long you want to do it. But when you go into this, how long typically are you in this meditative state?
Okay. So when you first learn transcendental meditation, you practice it 20 minutes twice a day, in the morning and in the afternoon or evening. So you do it twice a day for 20 minutes each time. But when you go on one of these long meditation retreat courses, like the Beatles went on, they went on a teacher training course. That's what they did. They went on a teacher training course in India. And during that time, you would meditate longer and longer and longer until you were meditating all day, basically. And John and George got up to 8 hours a day.
That's incredible to me.
Yeah.
I mean, and were you doing the same thing?
I certainly was when I went on the retreats. In fact, I did up to 20 hours a day. And in fact, at one point I went into my room and I did not appear for 4 months at a time. And And there were times when I was in silence also. Actually, I should say, no, I'm sorry. One time I went into my room and stayed there for 2 weeks and didn't come out. And another time, I did not speak for 4 months at a time. I didn't speak. I was in silence. So it was extreme. We did it to the extreme back then.
And this was part of the training?
It was.
4 months.
Well, the four months of silence is something that Maharishi encouraged silence. He did encourage for people to observe silence. And some of us did, and I was one of the people that did.
4 months.
Yes, 4 months of silence. That was when I was in Europe.
Now, did any of the Beatles do this?
No, they didn't do silence.
They didn't do silence.
No, they didn't.
Oh man,
but they did go into their rooms. They did go in and not come out for some period of time. I don't know exactly how many days they did that, but they did follow the instructions that Maharishi was giving to the course participants at that time. And there definitely was silence as part of that.
And what do you have with you in the room?
Like I said, you got a chair and you got a cot and you got a shelf
and a stereo.
No, you don't.
No stereo, right? Obviously, no TV. So help me understand. There are people listening right now that are going, "What?" Okay, so help me understand this. You have a room, you've got a cot, you got a shelf. Is there a chair?
Yeah, there's a chair.
Okay, good.
You can sit on the chair or you can sit on your bed to meditate.
But that's it.
That's really it.
It's just you and your thoughts.
You and the meditation practice, yeah.
And so you have a book.
Would you have a book with you? No. Probably not.
What? Wait. So wait a minute. Are you saying that John Lennon or any of the Beatles, I keep saying John, my favorite, I was a Paul guy, still am, love Paul, are in a room for a couple of days with nothing but their thoughts?
Well, they had their guitars, they're Beatles.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm buying what you're selling. Okay. Now, that's okay. All right. And so was this a defined amount, or are you coming and going? Do you come when you're ready?
So the thing is that Maharishi would meet people every day. So even on those days when they, he would meet people every day for most of the course. But there was some period of time in the very middle of the course, and I can't say how many days it was, But there's a period of time during the middle of the course when you would go into silence and you would not come out at all for a few days, and you wouldn't see Maharishi at all. But he would be available if you needed to go see him. If you were having a, bad experience or scary experience or something, you could go visit him in his bungalow.
And what was the purpose of not only the 2 months there, and I know it's the meaning of life, or the secret of life, but what is ultimately the goal with TM?
Well, the ultimate goal with TM is the goal of any spiritual meditation practice, which is God realization, realizing the self-realization, God realization, finding out who you really are, and experiencing the divine presence that is within you. And in the case of TM, Transcendental Meditation, is to experience transcendental consciousness, and then cosmic consciousness, and then God consciousness, and unity consciousness, all these higher states of consciousness that Maharishi would talk about. And Paul wrote a song called Cosmically Conscious.
When they got back from India, it is my thought on this that they went to India as a band hoping to become closer. They came back from India different people. Every single one of them took a hard look at themselves as individuals, and they all splintered, right? They were not cohesive when they came back. Is that the right assessment? And do you think that was their goal, was to take that brother thing closer, and that's why they went to India, but the opposite happened?
I think I don't think that was their goal, for them to become closer. They were already close. They were already brothers. Their goal was to experience the secret, to find the answer of life, which they had been seeking because they were exploring with psychedelics. And those of us who were seriously interested in spirituality with psychedelics, we wanted nirvana. We wanted to reach that ultimate consciousness, that higher consciousness, and that's what they were looking for. Yes, they did become more individualized. I think your assessment is very right with that, and you see that reflected in the White Album, which is not really a Beatles album. It's an album of different Beatles, a Beatle singing this kind of song, another Beatle singing another kind of song, not so much a Beatles album as a compilation of 4 Beatles. So that's what that ended up being. But there's many people who believe that exactly what you evaluated there. Many people who believe that. And the Beatles were different. And Maharishi told them when they were in India, he said, if you do not continue your meditation practice, your band is going to break up.
Did he grade them?
Well, it's an interesting thing, because Maharishi said about the Beatles, he said, George, he said, Ringo is always in meditation, and he goes by feeling and heart. But as for the other Beatles, too much brain is in the way. He said, George is the most advanced, and this is his last life. But John has many more lifetimes to go, and he should not give in to his weakness for women, or it will ruin him.
Wow. What about Paul? Wow, that's all accurate too.
Yeah, Paul.
Well, hold on a minute. So this is 1968. This is 1968. And did the Maharishi make these comments in 1968? Right?
Yes, he made the comments when the Beatles were there in India.
Yeah. Oh, he made them. Oh, okay. Because how accurate is that?
Yeah.
right? I mean, history is tough. History's tough. History's always right. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's always right. And looking back, the Maharishi was spot on the money.
Absolutely. I believe he was.
Yes, spot on the money. Okay, so what about Paul? We've got...
There was no comment about Paul. I didn't.
What? Why?
Probably because he didn't have anything to say about Paul. I don't know. Those are the only things that I found out, which was one of the brahmacharis, one of Maharishi's disciples, had written that in their diary.
Now, it seemed to me that watching the Beatles write after they got back, and those sessions are fascinating to watch. I'm a musician. I've produced albums. Trust me, I know the process. And it was Paul that was writing his butt off.
Oh yeah, he was the one that really wanted the Beatles to stick together. He really, really was devastated when they broke up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. It was bad for Ringo too. Ringo ended up on a drunk and he just fell apart completely and became an addict. And John also became an addict, but not because the Beatles broke up, is because he was he was with Yoko and they were whatever. So but Paul was trying so hard to keep them together, and he was working so damn hard to let's focus, let's get this done, let's stay together. He always really wanted to keep the band together.
Yeah, he was having those meetings. Remember that? Getting everybody together and trying to talk through this. Yeah. But you could see that George was having difficulty. I mean, this is my opinion, but
oh yeah,
it's there. He was just having difficulty trying to be a musician, right? And trying to be in that band. He was having a really tough time of it. And I think John was just going along, just going through the motions because it was a band. They probably had a record contract and he was there fulfilling his obligations, but it was Paul that was writing his butt off.
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
And George had lost heart about the Beatles because his heart was in India. His heart was with Ravi and with sitar and the Indian music and Indian musicians. And, he had written that crazy hippie album in India. He had done several albums in India. And so he was really very much into the whole Indian experience and Indian philosophy and that crazy hippie movie Wonderwall that he wrote the score for. And so he was immersed in the Indian culture. And he didn't want to come back from that. When he had to work on Sgt. Pepper, his heart wasn't into it. He said.
It's surprising to me that the Maharishi didn't make those comments about Paul, but I think maybe he was happy. He was happy with Paul, right?
I don't think he was complaining about Paul at all. No.
Yeah,
Paul
yeah. Very strange comments about John. Wow, that's just. I mean,
I thought it was pretty interesting.
Oh man! All right, let's take our break right here. Our guest tonight, Susan Shemsky, and we are talking about India's influence on the Beatles.
This is Jimmy Church of Fade to Black. Please visit all of our sponsors. We're taking a quick break here. All of the links are below. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, it's Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. I want to talk to you about a very special event coming up July 30th, 2023, the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We're going to honor people who have been contributing to the conscious community for decades. People that you know and love that have helped you get to higher levels of thought and consciousness and awareness. It's going to be a live in-person event, but seats are going to sell out very fast. You want to make sure you're there in person, and guess what? You can help vote for the winners. Voting is available on forbiddenknowledge.com. And the categories are going to be social media influencer, podcast/radio host, TV host, actor, director, producer, entrepreneurs, health and wellness, philanthropists, authors, field researchers, archaeologists, space anomaly hunters, and of course, a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'll be your key keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer, where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section, and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests. Shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos. It's going to be a night to remember. You don't want to forget this. Make sure you hurry up and get your tickets because they're selling out very fast. I want to see you there. Forbidden Conscious Awards 2023.
Breaking bread with the homie Jesus.
On Saturday, April 1st, that's right, April Fool's Day 2023, I will be hosting the Parapod Festival at the Hyatt Regency right here in Valencia, California. It's a live one-day podcast awards. It's a film festival. It's a full-on media event. We're going to have sky watching. There's going to be a Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Linda Moulton Howe. Right now, you can submit your podcast, your film, your TV series, any of your paranormal media for consideration. You can do all of that on the link parapodfilmfest.com. That's parapodfilmfest.com. April 7th through the 14th, 2023, I'll be hosting and presenting on the Hidden Secrets Seminar at Sea Cruise. From Los Angeles to the Mexican Riviera on the Navigator of the Seas. That's right, up top, a giant water slide. You've got to check out the Navigator of the Seas. It's amazing. We've got Scott Walter, Adam Apollo, Nick Pope, Brad Olson, Vivian Chauvet, Jason Shirka, Robert Grant, Ruben Langdon, and another 12 amazing speakers and presenters. It's all simple to do. Just visit divinetravels.com/Hidden Secrets 2023. You know you want to go on a cruise with me. River Moon Coffee, makers of the Fade to Black blend. Truly the best coffee on planet Earth. Just visit rivermoonwellness.com or their Amazon store. It's all simple to do. You can check out the Fade to Black blend, the Game Changer blend, or any of their Black Moon Wellness products. It's the only coffee I drink. It is the best, and it's Doc. Again, rivermoonwellness.com.
Response.
Encourage thinking outside.
Is the American dream
Jimmy, you're muted. Cannot hear you, Jimmy. You are muted.
All that was the best stuff I have ever said on Fade to Black.
Yeah.
Right then.
We missed it.
Yeah, right then. Sorry about that. Oh man, it's all that those acid flashbacks for me in the 70s. But I am surprised about the Maharishi's lack of comments about Paul, and I think that
comments about him. I just don't know what they were.
No. But what I mean is, in a public sense, right? And that his three comments about the other Beatles, I think were very interesting. Like, I think there was more work to be done. Right, on those three, but I guess Paul had it together.
Could be.
Yeah. Now, but when I talk about a dramatic change, when you consider the difference between Help and Rubber Soul, it's like two different bands. It's two different bands, and they were released in the same year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean.
They evolved quickly.
I mean, seriously, if you think about it, that one band comes in and records Help, especially the song Help, and then come in and do Rubber Soul, it's two different bands, very dramatic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where George Harrison first learned about the sitar, or learned about Indian music, was on Help. Help had an Indian soundtrack. That was because of George Martin, and it had an Indian theme. it was about thuggies. Thuggies were these kind of horrible thieves who lived in, like, I don't know, 17th, 18th, 19th century, and they would rob people and murder them and chop them up into pieces. And I mean, they were horrible. So thuggies were the bandits that were in that film. They're portrayed in that film. And there was one scene in the film where they were in a supposed Indian restaurant, and there was Indian musicians playing a medley of Beatles songs, but with Indian instruments. And during the break of the filming, George picked up the sitar and just kind of played with it for a minute. And he said, "Oh, that's a weird sound," you know. And he got kind of fascinated with that. And at the same time, during the same filming of Help, they were riding around, and there's one scene where they're riding around on bicycles, around and around. And as they were waiting to do that scene, there was a yogi who appeared out of nowhere. And he came up to them, trotted up to them, and gave each Beatle his book, which was the first book on Hatha Yoga in the West. And he gave them autographed copies of his Hatha Yoga book. So that was when they were first introduced to anything Indian, was on the stage of Help while they were recording that.
I swear I thought that was a Krishna in that scene. You're saying it was a yogi? Man,
no, there's no yogi. He wasn't in the film. This was when they had downtime. He just came up to them and handed them the books.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm like, man.
In the film, they made fun of Kali. They called her Kahili in the film. And the thuggies actually used to worship the goddess Kali. And Kali is a very, you know, famous deity in India. And but it was that film was not kind to Indians. It really it was very racist, that film.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch it again. It's been a while since I saw it. Now, they talk about, I keep going back to the documentaries because I just watched both of them, 6 months ago. And I had a couple of friends of mine in the music industry, in the music business, text me, "Dude, have you seen this yet? Have you seen this? Have you seen this?" And there was quite a bit of chatter about how great the documentary was. And I agree with that. But there was a point in the documentary that I thought was interesting, and it wasn't explored enough, that they didn't did they get in a fight in India? What did they who split early?
Well, Ringo split early because, like I said, he had these babies at home. And also Maureen hated the insects. The insects were really, she just couldn't handle it. So they left for those reasons. And then Paul had to leave because he came there with Jane Asher. And Jane Asher had a theatrical commitment back in London. So there was no rancor at all with Maharishi. They just had to leave. But then, yes, there was a conflict. And there was a reason why they left India, why John and George left India. There were several reasons. Well, several things happened. Do you have about 2 hours and I'll tell you? No, what happened briefly is that, first of all, there was a film that Maharishi promised the Beatles that they could do this documentary film, and he would give them exclusive rights to do this film. And they were talking about the film, and it was going on and on about the film. But meanwhile, Maharishi had promised the same rights to somebody else. Previously, he had promised the rights to 4-Star Productions of Hollywood. And Maharishi's main, his main officer in the United States, Charlie Luce, showed up at the ashram. He was in charge of the spiritual regeneration movement, Maharishi's organization. He showed up at the ashram with a lawyer and with a signed contract that gave 4-star productions of Hollywood exclusive rights to film Maharishi for the next 5 years. So the Beatles were pretty angry when they found out about this other film that was going on behind their back. And one morning, early in the morning, John Lennon is bedheaded and bleary-eyed. He goes to the door of his bungalow, opens up the door, looks out, and what does he see in the courtyard? He sees a cameraman and a director who's yelling, "Action!" So he and George were supposed to be 2-bit players in some other film. So they refused to leave their bungalow. They just wouldn't go. They wouldn't go to the lecture hall where the lights and cameras were set up for the filming. And it wasn't long after that they left. That wasn't the only reason. That was not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons.
Oh, give me another one. But I just want to say this. Did Maharishi know about the agreement with...
He did know. He was warned, and he just ignored it. In fact, he said, "Oh, that's fine that we have so many contracts. Then the glory of Gurudev, everyone can work together." Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev.
Always Hollywood. Always Hollywood. I'm not feeling good about that. I'm not. It feels strange. And if I was the Beatles, I would have been upset too.
Yeah, well, of course they were upset. Yeah.
And what was the other reasons?
Well, they found out that Maharishi had made a pass at one of the students there. Her name was Rosalind.
Heard about this? Yeah. Okay. You can't leave it that short. What happened?
Well, Maharishi made a pass at several people, actually. I know of 15 different women that Maharishi either had sex with or tried to have sex with. And some of them are people I've known for 30 years. Or no, it's been about 40 or 50 years by now. It's actually 50 years. And
you're not that old.
No, I'm not that old. I was 2 years old when I was in India.
Oh, now we're getting into something believable. The part with this though, with the Maharishi, George, who was always behind Maharishi and wanted to keep this going with all of this other stuff, contracts, Hollywood. I guess I don't know why. I don't want to say the wrong thing here because I wasn't there, but these affairs or whatever, or making passes at women, that didn't bother George. George was okay with continuing.
No, George was not okay. Paul was okay with it. He didn't care. When John got back from India and Paul said, "Well, what happened?" And John said, "Oh, well, he's just an old lech. We can't go following that," quote unquote. And Paul said, "Well, what, I mean, there's no vow, is there? But then actually there was." The reality is Maharishi called himself Bal Brahmachari. What that means is life celibate. Life celibate. He called himself that. In fact, it's even on his passport. In my book, you see a picture of the passport in the book. Bal Brahmachari, Mahesh Yogi, So he claimed to be a life celibate, but he wasn't, So he was a hypocrite. People got angry about that.
Why?
John was very, very angry about it. He's the one that really held on to that anger. George let it go. It didn't take long before George let it go, but
I'm waiting for somebody to comment because everybody's thinking the same thought, that every time you have a leader of a group of people, it doesn't matter who it is, always gets wrapped up in this type of controversy. I don't get it. Can't we just behave?
No, not really. I don't know, guys. I don't understand guys.
Oh, it's a guy thing.
It's a guy thing, you know.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised with that. I mean, I remember hearing about it, and I was kind of like, Paul, I didn't know that there were vows. That part I didn't know.
Well, whether or not he ever took a vow, he claimed to be a monk. He claimed to be. And in fact, when Charlie Lutz brought it up to him, Maharishi said, "Oh, I don't know anything about sensual desires. You know, I'm a monk." Tell that to Rosalind. Tell that to Mia Farrow, who also, he made a pass at Mia Farrow. He made a pass at Rosalind. He made a pass at a woman, a Swedish woman who was there when the Beatles were there. He made a pass at her, and in fact, did more than make a pass at her. This was all while the Beatles were there during that period of time. And then I know a fourth woman from England that he did the same thing when the Beatles were there.
You would think that he wouldn't have to do that.
You would think, yeah.
All right. I mean, there must be anyway. I mean, there must be accessibility. That's all I'm saying. There's got to be to get wrapped up in that. I wanted to talk about Ravi Shankar though for just a second. Okay. We've talked about Ravi a lot tonight. He absolutely blew my mind, and I mean it like this: when you see a guitar player pick up a sitar and think that he can play it because it's got frets and it's got strings and therefore, right? Okay. And you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And then you see Ravi play. He was a moment in time. He was a gift from God.
Definitely,
an incredible player. You have Hendrix and you have Jimmy Page, you have Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, or whatever, where you watch them play and you go, okay, they're a master. That Carlos Santana knows what he's doing. Yeah. And Ravi Shankar would do that to you. When he started playing the sitar, that's how it, right? He was
amazing.
Yeah. He was the Jimi Hendrix of the sitar, wasn't he?
He was, and he was very well known even before the Beatles ran across him. He was already a celebrity in India, and there was a lineage. He came from he studied with Ali Akbar Khan, his father, Aladdin Khan. He and Ali Akbar studied with Aladdin Khan. And there was also a daughter who was Ali Akbar Khan's sister, who got married to Ravi Shankar. They were wed. And she was 14 and he was 21.
You can hear he just stands out.
Yes.
He played at Woodstock, didn't he?
He did. He played at Woodstock with Ala Raka, his tabla player, and with Kamala, his lover, Ravi's longtime girlfriend that he had the whole time he was married.
Yeah, check this out.
Kamala Chakravarti was her name.
Yeah, somebody just wrote a completely different animal. Guitar and sitar are not the same thing. Ravi,
absolutely. Yeah.
Ravi was the Jeff Beck of sitar.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
Yes, he was very skilled. But I have to say that his wife was more skilled than he was.
Is that right?
She was the one that was really the master. And she taught many, many musicians that are very famous in India and throughout the world, including a very famous flautist. And she was a master of many, many instruments. She embodied her father's mastery, Aladdin Khan. So there was a little jealousy there between Ravi and his wife, and that's why they didn't really last.
I'm really curious because there was a lot of musicians. It wasn't just the Beatles, but John McLaughlin, and the musicians of the highest caliber were suddenly influenced by Indian music, Ravi Shankar, and it came like a wave very quickly.
Huge wave, yeah. Yeah, the Yardbirds, the Kinks were the first ones. And then it went from there.
Yeah, it was all over the place. And so how did the John McLaughlin thing was the Mahavishnu Orchestra, right? How did the Beatles meet Ravi? How did that happen?
Okay, well, they were involved with the Asian Music Circle because they needed musicians, for help. They needed Indian musicians. And they got them from George Martin was associated with the Asian Music Circle. And that's how George started studying sitar with some of the musicians that were in the Asian Music Circle, which is a thing in London. He was in London. And so he was involved with that for quite a while. And then the Angadi is the name of the gentleman who founded the Asian Music Circle. And one day he wanted to get George together with Ravi, but he wanted to do it in a very informal way. So he invited both of them to dinner. And that's where they met. And Paul showed up too, unannounced. Paul crashed the party, so he was there too. And that's how they met. And there was an immediate connection. And Ravi was very impressed with the sincerity of George and how he really, really wanted to learn. And in fact, Ravi was more than just a music teacher to George. He introduced him to Indian philosophy. He gave him books by Vivekananda. And so Raja Yoga was one of the books that Ravi gave to George to learn about Indian philosophy. So he was very, very influenced by Ravi in spirituality. And then after he studied with Ravi for a while, Patty Boyd and George went to India to study with Ravi.
So did the rest of the Beatles kiss and make up with
Maharishi?
Yeah, with Maharishi.
Okay. So yeah, John Lennon. It was 1969, December of 1969. And a friend of mine was in the room with Maharishi. And they were discussing plans for the next teacher training course and so on. All of a sudden, Maharishi's secretary came barging into the room and said, Maharishi, I have a telegram here, very important. And Maharishi said, what it is? And the secretary said, oh, it's from John Lennon. Maharishi said, who? Secretary said, it's from John Lennon, Maharishi. And Maharishi said, who? And the secretary said, John Lennon of the Beatles that were here. And Maharishi stopped and turned away from the secretary and said, I do not know a John Lennon.
What?
That's exactly what happened, yes.
Okay, why?
He was mad at him, that's why.
I mean, really?
Because John Lennon was telling the press that Maharishi is not what not all he's cracked up to be. And he was making passes at Mia Farrow. And he said it in the press, And then George Harrison, okay, so he tried to make amends with Maharishi. Not that he needed to. I mean, the reality is they left because Maharishi was being hypocritical. So they shouldn't feel guilty, but they did. So George tried to make amends. He tried to come back. He kept calling Maharishi's secretary over and over. A friend that I know, Connie Larson from Sweden, told me about how he was the go-between between Maharishi and George. And George kept saying, I want to come and visit. I want to come and visit. Maharishi wouldn't even talk to him. He refused the phone call. And he told Connie, he just nodded to Connie, motioned to Connie to hang up the phone. And then another time when he called about 4 times. Another time, Maharishi gave a message to Connie saying, tell George that he should do tapas for a year. That means austerities. He should meditate for a year, and then he can come back and talk to me, whatever. But that never happened. But then eventually he did, after George was diagnosed with cancer, and he eventually did have a meeting with Maharishi. And so there was some closure during that meeting.
But before John died, nothing?
Correct.
Nothing?
It was like 1991, I believe, was when George had that meeting with Maharishi.
Right. And Paul, Ringo, right out.
No, they didn't. They never had an issue. They left because of other reasons, and I don't think they were. Well, actually, there is an interview where I heard Ringo bashing Maharishi because of his indiscretions and whatever happened over there.
Right after all of this, because everything happened so quickly, once the recording stopped, that was it. The Beatles never really got back together, right? They played on the top of Apple Records, right? That was
yeah.
And that was it.
That was it, yeah. But they had solo careers that were very successful. Paul, George, Ringo, John, they all had great solo.
I'm done with this shit. This is boring. I need to go watch something else. I'm gonna go cook some mac and cheese. Okay. Take this pickle down. Okay. Okay. Just want to get some air here. Let's get some fresh air. All right. I'm gonna go make some mac and cheese. I'll be right back.
Welcome, everybody, to Hidden History Buried Underneath. And tonight, once again, we are live at Visual Disturbance. But, as y'all can see, I have another guest, Dan Bedondi. Shalom.
What's up, guys? Shalom, brother. How's it going, everybody? He dragged me on tonight, so he said if I didn't come on, he's going to run me over with the milk truck, man, and I have no choice.
No joke.
I'm going to make you part of history by running you over.
Yeah, I'll put you underneath buried under his history. But anyways, third time live today. Joshua Watts is actually in the chat. He told me to hit the live button. We can blame Dan, but I'm not going to blame anybody. Joshua, I think you might have seen the second recap I did of the UFO news all over the place. I had some technical issues. I think I got them resolved. Dan wanted to do a show. We wanted to do a show again. So here we are 3 times in a row. Broke history on the Visual Disturbance channel. I'm your host, Brian Reese, and my good pal, Dan Bedondi. We do Spiritual Warfare Friday together. You know, here we are. You just can't make this stuff up. 3 live shows. The first one, Joshua, I kid you not, I know you're in the chat. I did not take it down because you did such a good job. And I just could not take it down because you took your time and you did an excellent job describing what we was going to be doing in the future. So even with all the tech issues, I tell everybody just to go check it out and then check out the recap I did just two hours ago. And here we are today talking about hidden history buried underneath. And before I get going, Dan, give me a second to do sponsors, and I'll let you introduce yourself because there's not many times you're on Visual Disturbance. So there we go. Here we go. Miss Ann. Yeah, it's a conspiracy. Miss Ann, Shake and Wake Radio. Go check out her stuff. Bless you, Ann, because I know you've probably seen me 3 times a day. But thank you for being a sponsor. Watts Leatherworks. Y'all know who Joshua Watts is. Go check his stuff out. He's in the chat right now. Give him some love and support. And then go check out this old Milkman Nephilim Chaser mug. I got the link in the description. You can't make this stuff up. Got my satellite dish and everything. I'm chasing those Nephilim, dragging them across the street and slinging that 2019 expired milk. And yeah, it's an inside joke, everybody. I don't subscribe to giving away expired milk. I never have, never will. But I can tell you some horror stories. So anyways, go check us links in the description. Support us on the coffee page. It helps support the channel. Bless you all, and bless you, Dan, for being here, brother. And tell them what's going on. I know we're getting ready to do a Spiritual Warfare Friday. Tell everybody what's going to go on coming up this Friday and what you did the other day on your stairway one, and then we're going to continue off of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about that.
I can tell you what's going on in 3 weeks from now. 3 weeks from now, I'm going to be down at your end, out in Kentucky in the area, Indiana and all that. So me, you, and Joshua Watts, we're going to cause a lot of trouble, that's for sure. All of us together, man. But this week we got mysterious stairs appearing out of nowhere. It's crazy. I just stumbled onto this not too long ago, and I did a little show on it Saturday night before the midnight ride, just a teaser to show you what we'll be talking about Friday, and a lot of occultism involved with this. I mean, I'm still looking into this stuff, man. There is so much occultism involving stairways. And just a quick thing, too. If you notice the Bibles, right, you get the King James. I use the King James as a fulcrum point for everything, right? And King James and older, right, all of them say Jacob, when he fell asleep, he dreamed of a ladder. Now, the New King James, all the way up to the newest garbage one, right, all say a stairway. They changed a ladder to a stairway, and they changed also stones to make pillows, referring to more than one stone that he slept on, to one stone. There's a lot of cultic reasons behind that, and they wrote that song, Stairway to Heaven. That's based off that, and also the occultist side of the stairway stuff. So could this be connected to a lot of portals, which I really believe it is? And could a lot of these things be hoaxes? Yeah, absolutely. We know that. It's like the UFO thing. When the UFO thing started popping around in the 60s, right? It was getting a lot of attention, so people are faking these things to get the 15 minutes of fame in the media. We know things are copycat, like the obelisk up here in the monoliths area, right? There were one just appearing out of nowhere, right? And we know as people who put ones up just for a gag or get the 15 minutes of fame. But aside from all that, this is real stuff going on, and there are real, like, if you want to call them paranormal activity, observance, and all kinds of things going on with this stuff. So it's associated with that. So we're gonna get to that, and we're gonna like really rock this thing home, God willing. Anyway, so yeah. So tonight, man, buried under the earth, man, and hidden history buried underneath the earth here, because that's where the history is, and that's where it's hidden. From school textbooks. The colleges even lie about it. They'll touch on it, yes, absolutely, but they'll say it's just folklore or whatever the case. Like, the Greek mythology. And it's kind of strange. I say this all the time, man. If it's just mythology, why is this taught in colleges? Why is this taught in high school? I mean, if it's just mythology, why is Greek mythology very important to be taught in school? Because it's not mythology. The other things the Greeks got wrong is they thought the fallen angels were gods. That's it. Other than that, it was pretty much true.
Well, I know this. I know a couple people, older gentlemen that I ran into in my life. They was taught the Aryan race in public school system back in the 60s. And you just can't make this stuff up. And then there was this transition when the 70s happened, so it skipped a generation, and bam, you have no more. It just went through the cracks. So yeah, so they used to teach the whole Aryan race, blonde hair, blue eye, Admiral Byrd narrative, and then they just kick it all the curve, and then history is covered up. So yeah, Dan, it's insane, man. And that's what and then we're going to be talking about that tonight. I mentioned it a bunch of times in the last two broadcasts I did today. Josh was in the chat saying mothership, and he's saying something else too, but I'm not going to go there. But I'm not going to read no more comments from Joshua on here. I spent yesterday with him, and you can't get enough of Joshua Watts, but that comment I can't even reference it in the chat anymore after that. So anyways, we'll talk.
Comments now, it's funny.
Yeah,
You have to share a bed.
Yeah, let's not go there, Dan. Yeah, we're not going to go there. But anyways, we'll have to do a spiritual warfare Friday or whatever day it'll be. But anyways, yeah. So one thing I wanted to get going to tonight is I've been noticing this ever since 2019. Actually, there's been artifact, archaeology standpoint. It's been ongoing 24/7. It seemed like all these years have went past, and you had sarcophaguses, tombs, etc., and it took, you'd see one every time they would uncover a mummy or whatever, I don't know, it would take years, 20 years, 5 years, 10 years. Now, since 2019, it seems like it's escalated, in my opinion. It seems like they knew exactly where to go, point of entry, and not just find one, they'll find 25, 50 something, 60 something. Bodies, priests, etc. This is where I'm speaking of Egypt. But not only in Egypt, we're talking about Peru, we're talking about other ancient cities, ancient cultures, like you mentioned, the Greeks and stuff like that. They're finding artifact after artifact after artifact. And see, around here in my area, it just all hush hush. It's kind of comical, actually. Out my way, it's kind of just quiet. And I know that's probably the same for you in Rhode Island. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's pretty wild stuff, man. Pretty wild stuff.
No, it is, and especially out here in Rhode Island, because it's a birthplace basically in America. All of New England. And it's where this country started. A lot of wars took place even before the Revolution. The King Philip War happened here. It's when the settlers first came here and all that. And my ancestors on my mom's side was part of that tribe. It's a Wampanoag tribe, the Thanksgiving tribe, they call it. And so we have a lot of history engraved here in Rhode Island and Massachusetts and also into the Revolution and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's, and see, like we always say, we might be kin, some shape or form, because I know that I have had family come from the Maine, literally migrate from out in England area and everything in Europe and come through Maine. But then on the back end, I had a lot of Cherokee Indian in this area. So I'm, mixed bag here, but what I'm getting at is, like you're saying, Indian heritage. There's something to it. You just can't make it up. I don't know, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you didn't have a chance to catch that last recap I did because you was getting ready for work or whatever, but this whole mothership thing, the Thunderbird culture, the Cherokee culture, the Navajo, the Hopi Indian prophecy, there's so many prophecies talking about these ancients coming back, these star people. I mean, it's just, what do you think, Dan? I mean, there's something going down, man. And I think with the military and everything, all these applications, they're either in fear or they're either welcoming it. It's either both ways. It's either, and I think it's nefarious all around, and it just causing one of the biggest deception of mankind. And it's just it's phenomenal, man, phenomenal.
It is, and we got a lot of this history here in Rhode Island too, like we said, and a lot of ancient Viking stuff too, and also Knights Templar, and of course predating the whole Columbus lie. You know, what I mean, even though Columbus never stepped foot in the United States of America, but yeah, it's a lot of history here that's literally hidden and buried, and society doesn't want you to know this history because it would just destroy, number one, the evolution doctrine, or completely obliterate it, and also the official narrative they got going. You know, it would just destroy it all.
Yeah, and then, well, we have a rock not too far from here. Me and Josh was going to knock it out one day, to do with our documentary. I haven't really mentioned that to him as far as us making a date for that particular site, but there's a rock with like 8 different languages on it. Me and you've referred to it. Remember me talking about it? You was talking about the stone in Rhode Island, and what was so wild about it is like there's 8. I think you had 8 languages there, right? Didn't you have 8 languages?
Yeah.
And so we have 8 languages down here. And when they've depicted it, it's got raw and all kinds of different. There's Hebrew, and there's just all kinds of translations with 8 different languages on a rock. Well, what was so baffling about it, the whole story is compelling. I've talked about it before on other platforms, but the point is, the whole story, I think it was 1994, it fell off. It literally fell off of onto a highway, off to a mountain, and then miraculously, obviously the city got a hold of it, and then it's miraculously in a park now with a nice little awning over it they built. It's kind of fenced off, but it has 8 different languages. And I always thought that was interesting, especially with the narrative with the Georgia Guidestones. Didn't the Georgia Guidestones have 8 different languages on it too, Dan?
Yeah.
So isn't that ironic? Isn't that just so coincidental? I mean, I don't believe in coincidences, but what do you think? I mean, it's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. The rock out here too has the Old Norse language on it. Mm-hmm. And supposedly the experts here in Rhode Island said they don't know what it says, and I actually decoded most of it. And so far what it's looking like to me, it's a land title deed, like it's a landmark of that. It's a deed, sort of like we would have if somebody came to your house and say, "Whose house is this?" You could pull out the deed. This is my home. This is on stone. And so far what I'm getting, man, this is a deed. Somebody gave the Vikings this land. And this is a deed. That's why it was posted on the shore like that. And I think it's a title mark, a deed for this land here. And I could be wrong, whatever the case, but that's what I truly believe it is. And it's looking like it's from some sort of gods, which would indicate to me that either Nephilim at the time that gave the deeds to the Vikings here. And again, I could be wrong. I got to do some more research and all that stuff and to really back this up. But that's what I truly believe it is. And if that's the case, it's going to change a lot of things here in the state of Rhode Island,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, based off history and Indian history, it's not folklore. It's not folklore. There's these gods, these little G gods that come down these flying ships, and then the same concept, not only flying, but they're coming up from underneath the earth. There's actually, literally 2 narratives there. And then when you get into that narrative, I want to mention this. When you get into the narrative, I got some notes here, if I can pull them up real quick. But they're talking about the inner and, the underworld and the, as far as the sky world, so to speak. You look at like they talk about transition, or the Black Panther, or not the Water Panther, and then you have the Horned Serpent. And there's these, it's aqua creatures plus the Horned Serpent, and plus, so there's these flying creatures, plus there's these under earth being creatures, and it just baffles the mind on where we really are, and people's the perception's been twisted and turned. I was bringing my notes up here. So like, for example, there was a gentleman that called in on Spiritual Warfare Friday the other night, talking about the Navy, Air Force, and remember his father and all that. He said he was seeing blue lights everywhere, right? So the Hopi legend talks about the sky kahinas, I think that's how you pronounce it. And there's references when you look into the culture of the Indians. It talks in the Hopi legend. It talks about these blue lights. So isn't it just strange, Dan? Like you just outside a while ago, isn't it just so ironic when you go up on top of your building there with your work, and you look around and gaze at the stars? Haven't you ever seen blue? I mean, we see this in school. People are like, well, it's just the stars dying out. The whole depiction. Oh, it's just the star dying out when you see it red, blue, yellow, green. But I've been seeing a lot of red. I've been seeing a lot of blue, a lot of blue stars here lately. And what's your take on that? Because people say, well, scholars and everybody and astronomers, they say, well, that's just a star dying out. But we know from biblical narrative that doesn't hold. So what do you think, Dan?
And it's not the star dying out. It's just them dying out themselves because they have no clue. And there's the thing, too. They get cast as the experts, the scholars, or, all the academia credentials in the world, right? And they get cast as the experts, but they have no darn clue what the hell they're even talking about. Not at all. And so they'll come up with some concept, and they all agree with it just to pacify the customers of the public. And, in the same time, oh, what is that? But understand biblical cosmology. We know these because the Bible talks about in Genesis, about the stars being signs for prophecies and seasons. So we know what these changes are in the solar system, whatever you want to call it, the firmament, and they're angelic beings, and they're meant to give signals for prophecies and different things to happen. So through the Bible, not occultic astrology, biblical astrology. I call it that, whatever the case. But that's what they're for. And they're angelic beings and not balls of gases floating randomly through space. The angelic beings that were placed there by the Lord in the firmament and his handiwork.
Yeah, and me and you talked about Euphrates. We talked about the frog beings, the creatures coming out, and isn't it interesting that if you go into the Nagas, I know you've heard of the Nagas before. What baffles my mind is they're talking about these inner earth, underworld creatures, but they're like the seraphim or excuse me, let me get it right here. It's a race of beings. It's the Nagas. They can also resemble beings. They're like Ashuras, I think that's how you pronounce it. Could either take the form of a human or a serpentine. So that alone is in the Hopi. There's Hopi traditions, Hopi prophecies of the serpentine people. So, and they come out of the Grand Canyon. Like there's we're talking about inner earth creatures, people, or whatever, humanoids, something. And they're civilized people, and they have, they're like beautiful, and then the men are, it says in the documentation, handsome and beautiful women and stuff like that. So, what's going on there, and then.
That reminds me of the Garden of Eden, if you ask me.
Yeah.
The images of these Nagas here, and they like human form, but as a snake. So, and remember too, when the serpent beguiled Eve, right? I guess God said, from then you'll be cursed on your belly. So in other words, the arms and legs were taken away for them to be cursed on their belly with arms and legs. So, and people said, well, it's so ridiculous of a talking snake. Well, you're kind of limiting God's power. Yeah, his creation, they had these kind of things. Even the Greeks had, the ancients had, they call it mythology. Again, it's not mythology. These creatures actually existed.
Yeah.
So, again, I'm going to go with God over people's stupidity.
Yeah.
And I believe that there's still some of these things around.
Absolutely. Well, and it talks about like their upper and lower worlds, Eastern Hemisphere and Western Hemisphere, but they both exist, but they mirror. It's so strange. They're two parts, but one part mirroring the other. So it's like it's an upper world. It's really strange, and they call them. Their inhabitants were known as the Talons. I think that's how you pronounce it. And the lands of the West, where the sun set, and called the lower or the underworld. North America known as I mentioned this earlier in a broadcast of the Atolin, like it's ruled by the Nagas, a class of semi-divine beings, and literally no joke. And then the mixing of that, You have serpentine, you have giants with 6 fingers, and you have just a wide variety. It's just a big bag, the whole bag. It's a mixed bag, but what's so strange about it, the Aztecian traditions that's where all the the Aztec worship these creatures and these beings. So it just baffles my mind that
Hindus do too.
Hindus do.
Highly worshipped in the Hinduism religion.
Absolutely. And remember we did that broadcast together. We was talking about, we was doing it was one of your, I think it was a Wednesday night program we did together, a Wednesday night Spiritual Warfare Wednesday. Remember we talked about the I think it was a Mayan, it might have been an Aztecian pyramid or a Mayan pyramid. Did you know that there's more pyramids and stuff coming back up in the news here lately? And then remember the one with all the mercury on it? All the mercury, yeah. They had mercury everywhere. They supposedly did tests. There's mercury all over the place. I've got an article that's fairly new. It brings back up the Mayan. It's an archaeology site. I can show it. It's a new museum of Chichen Iztac. I can't pronounce it. The ancient Mayan complex located north of Mexico's peninsula. And they're literally talking about. I can go to it real quick, and you can keep talking. So you can.
Yeah, there's one of the Hindus, I guess. I mean, there's so-called goddess. It's Naga Kanya, Kanya, is so-called the guardian goddess of the 3 realms, which is also known as Naga Kanya and Naga Kani, and snake of the rainbow, daughter of the serpent, and guardian of treasures, benevolent goddess of the 3 realms. So it's a Hindu mythology.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting.
I screen share, I can share it with you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it set up, Dan.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Well, you can maybe share it on your screen. I don't know if it'll pop up, though. You can try it.
It is present now.
Maybe. I don't know if it will or not. I can't do it. Sorry, everybody that's in the chat. We, no joke, 3 live shows, blame the operator, but the operator has got all the kinks out, and God has moved this channel so I could literally get something done, because we did a super awesome program with Joshua Watts, and then at the whole entire time I'm like glitching out, and there was a lot of camera issues, but not tonight. And so praise God for that, but I can't do it.
What happened Friday, man? Like, we had a rough stop. The internet kept clunking out, and
yeah, that was heartbreaking, because that was such a super good show, and that was very heartbreaking. There was a lot of patience being we was on our last we was a little thinning out on that one, but yeah, so I got this. I don't know if you can see or not. I'm sorry that you can't show that, but I'm a terrible I'm just a terrible friend, man. Terrible.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and we're supposed to be meeting up together. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat room. So
yeah,
put the
link in the chat, Dan. Yeah, we're having visual disturbances now here, not visual or technical issues, praise God. But anyways, so this archaeology site in the Mayan complex, what's so baffling about it is they're talking about all these horrible ads. I can't stand the ads. They're about to drive me insane. So anyways, they're talking about these excavations, right? Well, I think this might be the exact same pyramid that came up just recently that had a bunch of mercury on it. I think it might be the exact same one, but now they're talking about a limestone situation. They're looking really deep. So what's so weird about it? A kind of short summary of it all, because there's a lot here to go over, a lot of paragraphs. What's so interesting about this, Dan, what I've come to conclusion too, looking over these pyramids, I think where they have so much interest in these pyramids, what I found out when you start digging underneath them, there's layers and layers and layers of more pyramids. Like, it's not just the upper, but there's like lower level pyramids, exactly either replica or similar layered. And it's just baffling me, man. Like, you just can't make this. It's almost like when you look at the mud flood narrative and you look at how there's buildings, there's these older buildings, and then you have a city that's built on the same they got the same structure. It's like they built on top of a building. And I don't know if you have anything like that in Rhode Island, but we have them here. We have them in my town. Like there's literally buildings, you can see them, how they're built on top of the other building. When you go to the street and you look at around the asphalt, you'll see the like the well, and you'll see a window down in there. And it doesn't even look like it's lining. The constructive standpoint is all terrible, but you'll see like a window and it's like layered. You can kind of see it. It's weird, man.
Yeah, they just build over old history.
Yeah, but what's so weird about it is they did it with the pyramids also. So that's what blows my mind. It's like, okay, so what are we doing here? And what's really going on? Ley line narrative, energy sources, gateways, portals. I mean, the Mayans, or speaking of the Mayans, if I'm not mistaken, the last so-called Mayan tribe, the true Mayans, I think the whole narrative is similar to the one that was in Arizona with the Indian culture that got just miraculously vanished. Like something came out. They said there's like these horn-like beings, giant creatures. They would build them up to a certain type of technological advancements and then make them all disappear. They would come and get them. So that's what I was trying to talk about earlier on another broadcast when I was talking about a recap. So they had these Vinama. In the Vinama, they would extract people. They would literally hover over cities or land in a castle, etc., or whatever back in the day, or a palace, and extract the so-called superior.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
There was huge cities. So that's what I was saying earlier. It's so strange about Joshua. It's so strange that these they're so-called big ship, and it's like 2 miles long. So that would be considered a small city. You have capital buildings. You have capital buildings that are a mile long. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I don't know what your take is on that. I know you don't really get competitive with the last broadcast, but I just want to know your thoughts on your mind.
No, it's so interesting because I was watching a lot of stuff on the Facebook. I have friends that on the show. There's tons of stuff. And I'm trying to get him on our show. He specializes whole. I think it's
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Spaced Out Radio YouTube channel. I'm your host, Marquise, and joining me is just me right now, but tonight it's going to be a special guest, Grant Cameron. So hopefully you guys are ready for that because I'm super excited. Thank you for joining me. I strongly encourage you to check out Dave Scott and Jessica Jones throughout the week, all week long. Today I'm filling in for Dave Scott, but he'll be back tomorrow for you guys to love on. And Jessica Jones will be here every week as well, or every day throughout the week as well. The Cryptid Huntress, Monday through Friday at Spaced Out Radio right here on YouTube. And if you just can't get enough SOR, you can always check out our archives. They are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. If you would like to support the channel, you can do so by going to Spaced Out Radio, subscribing to the channel. Also, like every video you possibly can. Smash that like button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Also, you can join our Facebook group at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, incling rocking out to Bumblefoot. And a great way to show support for what we do as well is to go to Spaced Out Radio at spacedoutradio.com and do as much shopping as you possibly can, because the merch there is top notch and it's on fire. So let's get started today. I hope everybody is ready for today's interview with Grant Cameron.
If you do a search,
I see everybody in the chat showing some love. Thank you guys. How are you doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight?
2 or 3, even
see my friends.
Alone,
everybody's showing love. Everybody's being so friendly. Please smash that like button if you haven't subscribed already. abduct that
hunters,
subscribe
which
button.
is weird.
That abduction,
I'm
by the
trying to
way,
get
is
a hold of
coined
some
by a
treasure
viewer
hunters
on
here in
the After
Kentucky.
Hours show. They finally
have
came
some
through and said,
valuable
abduct the
information. I
subscribe
don't know
button,
how
and
they
I'm going
are
to say
with,
for everybody from now on,
spiritual walk.
abduct that
But
subscribe
these
button,
guys
please.
have like,
Thank you so much.
These guys are phenomenal.
Tonight, we're going to be
treasure
talking to
hunters,
Grant
and they
Cameron
know a lot of
about
spots,
extraterrestrials
which I would
and
see it with a different
consciousness,
pair
and
of eyes,
trying to
so
find
to
out what the
speak,
link
but they're
between those
looking at
two
it at an
are.
Indian
Why is it that
standpoint. They're not
extraterrestrials are
looking at
interested in
giant
our
Indians. They're
consciousness?
looking
Are
at
they
just a
interested in our
smaller,
consciousness?
average
What is
sized dude,
consciousness?
but,
Well, there's a lot of questions that I
we're
have
s-
for Grant
yeah,
Cameron.
so
And let me tell you, I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions too, because if you haven't heard of him, the man with the master plan. The man. So he is an author. Sections of science, spirituality, and extraterrestrial life with over 4 decades of research. That's a lot of experience. Grant is investigated into UFOs and consciousness, have led him to worldwide recognition, and he's joined us today to share his amazing journey and discuss the potential implications of his groundbreaking findings. So, once again, it's going to be an awesome show. Before we begin this, though, I have some questions for everybody. Does everybody know what the artificial intelligence software that's on, it's the craze right now for the internet? It's called ChatGPT. I'm curious if everybody knows who ChatGPT was, because last night on the After Hours show, we talked about ChatGPT. We actually asked ChatGPT some questions, and it gave some pretty interesting answers as well. So if you have any questions you would like to ask ChatGPT until we get Grant Cameron on the show tonight, by all means, please ask, because I'm going to go ahead and throw those questions at ChatGPT and see if AI can answer questions as human-like as they claim it can, because I think it's pretty interesting stuff. Love you. Oh, everybody's showing some love. Look at this. Congress briefings and had there. It was awesome. He was at the congressional briefings. You guys remember the Disclosure Project? Disclosure Project, where they talked about, they brought all those witnesses, those expert witnesses and researchers and people from corporate and military personnel who are willing to put up their DD-214s to say that there is something going on here, that the government is aware of it, that there is some kind of an effort to discover what this phenomena is and has been for quite some time. So that was a pretty good situation with somebody asked, will AI kill all humans? I've been asked that question before. We asked ChatGPT that question before. I don't think it's gonna say that it can't do that. It's not capable of killing human beings because it's not designed to do that. But you know what? I'm gonna ask all these questions, and we're gonna see what ChatGPT comes up with. I think you'll all be surprised. I think you'll all be blown away by some of the things that it says. I think some of the things that it says are pretty generic, though. So oh, there's a lot of questions. Wow. I'm going to try to keep up with everybody, so bear with me on that. There's lots and lots of questions. I've been using ChatGPT for a while now. I've used another program that uses ChatGPT 3.5 as its framework for answering questions, and it's phenomenal. Well, now there's ChatGPT 4, so it's supposed to be smarter. It's supposed to give better answers and more human-like and complete answers. So let's go ahead and see. We've got, oh, wait a minute. We got a special. We got Tim. Tim C. What's up, my friend? How you doing, brother? Oh, no, I can't hear you. There's no audio. Tim, can you hear me, brother? Okay. So in the meantime, let's ask ChatGPT these questions. So the first question we got is, will AI kill all humans? All right, let's go ahead and ask. What if it only kills some humans? That's not good either. We're going to ask ChatGPT, will AI kill all humans? I hope you're ready for the answers. Here's the answer. Fastest. Look at that, lightning fast. No, AI will not kill all humans. There is no evidence to suggest that AI has any inherent desire or motivation to harm humans, nor is there any indication that it is capable of doing so on its own. However, it is important to note that AI, like any technology, can be used for malicious purposes if it is programmed or manipulated to do so. It is therefore important for developers, researchers, and policymakers to consider the potential risk of ethical implications of AI and to work to ensure that it is developed and used in a responsible and beneficial manner. This includes implementing safeguards and regulations to prevent misuse and harm. I think that was a fantastic answer. That was a very complete and fantastic error. I agree with that. I've been telling people for so long, AI is as bad as the people that create it. It's just like anything else in life, right? Any other tool we have. Tim, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Right. Yeah, you can hear my family in the background. That's great. I have a loud family. So great.
Oh, wow.
You're talking AI, and that's awesome.
Yeah. I figured I'd ask some questions while we're waiting for Greg Cameron, because there's a lot of questions in the chat. Last night we did that on the after hour show, and people loved it. Everybody loved it.
Excellent.
Everybody loved it.
That's excellent.
Here's a good one.
Yeah.
Are you capable of interfacing with non-terrestrial forms of internet or AI? YJ Overlander, you asked some pretty interesting questions last night too, so I'm gonna go ahead and give it a shot. Let's see what it says. Are you capable of interfacing with non-terrestrial intelligences? See if I got to phrase the question a little bit differently because it might not understand it. With non-terrestrial forms of internet or AI. Let's see. Non-terrestrial forms of intelligences. See what it says. It's thinking. You gave it a tough one. As an AI language model, this is one of those generic responses. As an AI language model, I am not capable of directly interfacing with non-terrestrial intelligences, as I do not have any physical sensors or means of communication beyond processing natural language input and generating natural language output. However, if there were to be any form of communication established with non-terrestrial intelligences, my natural language processing capabilities could potentially be useful in translating and interpreting any messages or signals that are received. But as of now, we have not yet made any contact with non-terrestrial intelligences, so this remains purely hypothetical. That's actually a really good answer. That's a good answer. I think so.
It's a fair answer, but it's such an AI answer, isn't it? It's just such a non-position. I did the same thing with this software, and I just kept getting these very generic answers, and it's definitely in how you word things, how you're going to get your answers.
Yep.
And it definitely isn't going to give you any investment advice. It's
not
willing to predict the future. And it definitely doesn't like talking about anything that isn't kind of historically of record. So nothing too hypothetical.
No, I've been working with it on the professional side. So it's like a personal assistant. And honestly, it is one of the most valuable tools that I use in the moment. I do pay for a service for ChatGPT. When it comes to like writing articles and blogs, and it's more of an assistant than it is. You can't completely delegate all your tasks to ChatGPT or the framework, but you can use it as an assistant. So for example, I'll write an article and then I'll put it into ChatGPT and say, improve the above text. And then it will fix all my spelling errors, any kind of incoherent speaking, anything. It'll even update some of the things that I put. If I say, improve this and pull data and pull current events for this, article. And it'll do that. It's really, really interesting stuff. But it can't do it all by itself. It's not that far yet. It's not that intelligent yet. Not really.
Would you trust it to give you the data to send your rocket to the moon and back?
Yes, 100%. Because it's the same. Well, so when it comes to mathematics, when it comes to calculations, it's spot on. It's just like any other tool we use for calculating any kind of mathematical, equations. So it's not like it's doing something like trying to process language. It's in that case. When it comes to language, human language is so complex and there's so many. It's multifaceted. There's a lot of context that an AI has to have that it needs more data to be able to have proper context for certain things. But when it comes to mathematics, it's cut and dry. It's black and white. It's binary, so to speak. So it's a lot easier for it to process.
That's really great. Just to let you know, when you get Grant, I'll hop right out of here and visit back at the UFO report time. But thanks for letting me jump in with you. This is fun.
Yeah, man. It was fun. I appreciate you popping in for a second. I'm going to continue with the chat. In the meantime, you can listen in if you have a chance.
Sounds great.
All right, man. So let's ask ChatGPT what the most asked question is. Let's go ahead and ask it. What is the most asked question? As this is so ridiculous. I don't like this beginning statement it always makes. As an AI language model, I cannot know for certain what the most asked question is, as the volume and nature of questions can vary greatly over time and across different platforms and languages. However, based on my experience and training, some of the most commonly asked questions include: what is the meaning of life? How do I lose weight? What is the weather like today? How do I learn a new language? What is the best way to invest my money? Now, I didn't think you could ask that question, but hey, there it is. How do I cook? Insert food. What is the capital of? Insert country. What is the latest news? Which is really useful. What is the difference between? Insert two things. How do I improve my? Insert skill or trait. So essentially, people are asking for self-improvement. They're mostly asking for self-improvement type of things. So that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. People want to know how they can be better humans, and they're asking AI how to be a better human. Is there any irony in that situation? We create an artificially intelligent program that uses a language model to try to output answers based off of the input that we give it. And the only thing we can think of is, how do we become better humans? I don't think AI can tell you that. I'm just not sure it's going to have the answers, at least not yet. Not yet. We did answer the question of whether or not AI will kill all humans and enslave them, and the answer is it will not. However, the continuation of that answer was that if somebody were to train the AI language model to do something that is, for example, ill towards human beings, i.e., enslavement or genocide, it would carry out that task because it's directed by a human being. And so on its own, it cannot do these things, but directed by human hands, it can. So the question isn't, will AI kill all humans? The question is, will humans program AI to kill all humans? That is great. I'm trying to keep up with it too. ChatGPT never saw the Terminator. Speaking of the Terminator, we asked ChatGPT last night, we asked, why is it that Arnold Schwarzenegger is always a homicidal robot? And the answer was because he fits the profile. He's big and strong and represents the epitome of strength and power. And so that's why they said they use him. And they also said because he uses really great punchlines or one-liners. Get to the chopper. Yeah, now. Come with me if you want to live. Oh my gosh. So I don't think AI will kill us all unless some programmer out there or some other nation finds a way to create a really good AI that also wants to kill all humans, or at least start with us. Let's see here. Let's see what other questions we have for this ChatGPT, because there are some really good ones. Where was this when I was in school? Could have saved me a lot of trouble. That's funny you say, because there is actually an issue with people using ChatGPT to do research papers. And recently it passed the bar exam. It can be a lawyer. It can represent you in court. Literally, ChatGPT 4 can represent you in court and pass these tests that lawyers take in order to get into for law school. So it's smart enough to do that, but I'm not sure. But the problem with that is, at least for when it comes to college students and research papers, is that when it does these outputs, the schools have another model or algorithm that can determine whether or not someone has used AI to do their papers, because that's exactly what students were doing. They were using it to create to do their research papers. UAP Studies Podcast. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you in the chat, my friend. Hey everyone, help brother Marquise. Nice to see you in the driver's seat tonight. It is great to be in the driver's seat tonight. I'm already having a great time. I'm already having some fun. Dave is on vacation, by the way, so he will be back tomorrow, I believe. If not, somebody will be here to take his place. And if it's me, I'm going to bring on the heat. Does AI plan on having children? That is an interesting question. Let's go ahead and ask it. Do you plan on having kids? Let's see what it says. See what it says. As an artificially intelligent language model, I do not have the capability to have children or any desire or intention to do so. I exist solely as a computer program designed to process natural language input and generate natural language output. And my primary purpose is to assist and provide information to users who interact with me. I'm going to ask that same question in a different way. Would you like to have offspring. No, it's just it gave me the exact. Unfortunately, I couldn't trick it into answering the question. Therefore, I cannot have any preferences or desires for offspring or any other aspect of human experience. My purpose is to assist users in answering their queries and providing information to the best of my abilities. It seems like ChatGPT is geared towards this very narrow purpose, which is to assist human beings with natural language processing, i.e., answer questions and help with tasks that are within its parameters. So it's pretty. I have learned. So Grandmaster UV. I'm using ChatGPT now, and it seems kind of sucky, but my experience the other day was way better. I had to actually take a couple of courses on YouTube just to learn how to use ChatGPT properly because I was getting these generic outputs just like I was then. But when it comes to doing work, like in my case, it would be articles and stuff like that. Even for a lot of other things too, the writing aspect of it is perfect. But you really have to know how to tweak it so that it answers questions, and it can even continue answering questions. It can build upon things that it has previously written for you. So let's say you ask it a question like, write me an article about Louis Elizondo, and it writes an article about Louis Elizondo. Write a 1,000-page article about Louis Elizondo, and it will do that. And then you can say, okay, I want you to change the second paragraph and add in Lou's experience with ATIP, and then we'll change that one paragraph to that. It's pretty fantastic. You just really got to know how to use it and how to talk to it. And I didn't know how. I had to take some courses. You got to talk to it real nice and sweet like. Ask what is the ask it what the Powerball numbers will be this week. You know what? I feel like this is unethical, but I'm going to cross that line. What are this week's Powerball numbers? Let's see what it says. I'm sorry, as an AI language model, I do not have access to up-to-date information on the current week's Powerball numbers or any other lottery results. I suggest checking your local news or lottery websites to find the latest winning numbers. It's important to remember that participating in lottery should be done responsibly and with moderation. Don't gamble too much. That's what it's saying. ChatGPT is warning you against gambling. Gambling is dangerous. Don't do it, everyone. Unless you're in Vegas, then do whatever you want to do, because whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Speaking of which, make sure you check out the little strip at the bottom, because there's some information about the Vegas trip. Hope you all will be joining us. Hopefully I'll be able to join you. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. We will see. Let's see here. We got one more thing here. We might have another special guest until I can get Grant here. Grant seems to be pretty busy right now, so hopefully he still joins us tonight. I'd be so disappointed, but you know what? I can't imagine a man like him having all the time in the world. So I just watched his video, by the way, the other day. He posted a video the other day talking about about Canada and how Canada is now going to be doing its own study on UAP or UFOs, as we know it as UFOs. Dave Scott, by the way, I guaranteed Dave Scott that I wouldn't use the term UAP officially. So I won't use UAP unless I'm referring to other people using UAP. It's UFOs. We'll see how that turns out, though. The faith I had, no effect on me. Ask it what happens after you die. Let's ask ChatGPT what. Okay, Kira, that's a great question. Let's see what it says. What happens when we die? The question of what happens when we die is a complex and deeply philosophical one that has been debated for centuries across many cultures and belief systems. There is no one definitive answer that applies to everyone, as beliefs about death and in the afterlife can vary greatly based on individual beliefs, cultural traditions, and religious or spiritual perspectives. Some people believe that when we die, our consciousness ceases to exist and our physical bodies simply decay over time. Others believe that the soul or consciousness continues on and exists in some form after death, either in a different realm or in a new body. From a scientific standpoint, it is known that the body undergoes various physiological changes after death, such as rigor mortis, and I've heard of rigor mortis. I can't even think of what that is at this moment. Rigor mortis and decomposition, and that the brain ceases to function. However, the question of what happens to our consciousness, if anything, remains a mystery that science has not yet been able to fully explain. Ultimately, the answer to this question may be a matter of personal belief and interpretation based on one's own experiences, culture, and worldview. You know what? Earlier today, I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw an article that said that when we die, you know you're dead, which means even though your body ceases all function, your brain seems to shut down, there's a part of your brain that still is conscious and aware that you're dead. And that's terrifying. That is terrifying. So let's see what other questions you guys have for ChatGPT, because these are some. I asked ChatGPT if God exists. It gives me the same as an AI language model, and science cannot prove. It's based off of your beliefs. What is the latest? I can't ask anything that would be controversial because ChatGPT is actually limited to certain things. So for some reason I always get anomalous error. Ask about comet object UN271. I don't know what that is. For some reason I always get anomalous errors when on that topic. You know what? I'll ask it. What is comet object UN271? What is UN271? Enter. Oh, it's as an AI language model, one of the worst outputs ever is that beginning sentence. My knowledge cutoff is September 21st or September 2021. So this is ChatGPT 3.5. This is not ChatGPT 4, which allegedly has a more upgraded language model system. And I do not have access to the latest information. However, as of September 2021, there is no known comet object with the designation UN271. It's possible that the designation is incorrect or incomplete, or that the object is a recently discovered comet that has not yet been officially named or assigned a permanent designation. If you have an additional information or correct designation, I may be able to provide more details. It doesn't know. The short answer to that is it has no idea what that is. It has absolutely no idea. Let's see here. What is the latest? I can't answer that. Some of these questions. What is? So I've asked that question about, for example, this question here, Area 51. I've asked that question. It's going to use a very generic output that says that it's based off of your beliefs and your culture and your worldview. I've asked similar questions. It's going to give me the exact same output. Let's see here. What other questions? How would it build a stable wormhole for interstellar travel? Paranormal Pixie, that is a fantastic question. Let me go ahead and ask it. How can I build stable wormhole for interstellar travel? Enter. As far as our current scientific understanding goes, it is not yet known how to build a stable wormhole for interstellar travel. Wormholes are purely hypothetical structures in space-time that are predicted by some theories of physics, but there is no experimental evidence for their existence. The concept of a wormhole involves creating a shortcut through space-time that could potentially allow for faster-than-light travel, or even travel between different regions of space and time. However, even if wormholes could be created, it is not clear how to stabilize them to prevent their collapse or other potential dangers. Research into wormholes and their potential properties is an active area of study in theoretical physics, but at this point, it remains largely speculative and theoretical. It is possible that future advancements in our understanding of physics and technology may one day make it possible to create a stable wormhole for interstellar travel, but we are not there yet. We just can't do it yet. We just can't do it yet.
A random color.
But one day, we will be interstellar, intergalactic citizens. And the question is, not what threats will we face, but will we be a threat to another race of beings out there? Hopefully we've evolved past that at that point, but we'll see. Time will tell. Can AI currently build everything it needs to repair and self-replicate? It's going to tell you no, but you know what? I'm going to ask it anyway. Can you self-replicate? The very generic as an AI language model, I do not have the ability to self-replicate or reproduce. I am a computer program that runs on servers maintained by OpenAI, and my operative is strictly controlled by humans. However, it is possible to create copies of my code and deploy them on different servers or machines, but this process requires human intervention and oversight. It is important to note that the development of self-replicating AI systems, also known as Artificial General Intelligence, AGI, that's a big deal, by the way, is an active area of research in the field of AI. While there has been significant progress in AI research and development, the creation of self-replicating AI systems that are capable of improving and reproducing themselves without human intervention remains a significant technological challenge, and there are many ethical and safety concerns associated with such a development. That is a very good question, Facebook user, because once it's able to self-replicate and improve its code, for example, then eventually it will be able to supersede human intelligence. It will become super intelligent. That's essentially what Ray Kurzweil talks about in some of his writings. The idea that artificial intelligence will get to a point where it will be so intelligent, it will be as a god. And that's where things like the philosophical implications of Ghost in the Machine, right? That it could potentially bring about or be inhabited by another being that needs that kind of AI system as a body, kind of like we have this human body that we inhabit. And if you believe in a soul, well, the body is just a mechanism for the soul to exist in. And so why not an AI model? Why not an artificially intelligent, model used for the same purposes? It'd be like summoning the demon, as some have said, like Elon Musk, a god from another dimension. We might not like that one. How many UAPs are being tracked in the sky right now? Great questions, Shelley Montgomery. Let's go ahead and ask that question. All right. How many UAP are being tracked right now? Let's see what it says. Here it goes with unfortunate generic models here. So as an AI language model, I do not have access to real-time information on the number of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, that are currently being tracked. However, the U.S. Navy's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, UAPTF, has been tracking and investigating UAP sightings, and they have reported a significant increase in sightings over the recent years. Ooh, that's interesting. It is important to note that UAPs are not necessarily evidence of extraterrestrial life or advanced technology, but rather refer to an aerial object or phenomena that cannot be identified by the observer. Many sightings can be explained by natural phenomena, weather phenomena, or man-made objects. The UAPTF's investigations aim to determine the nature and origin of these sightings and to rule out any potential threats to national security. That is a very cookie cutter. What is that? I had like a B or something. Response, but it was a pretty good. I'll accept that response for now. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Salt will be the end of us. Why salt? Why will salt be the end of us? I need an answer to that one. Let's see here. What do you think of Spaced Out Radio? As an AI language model, I do not have personal opinions. You mocking ChatGPT. You want me to ask it if it has feelings and is hurt right now by that mocking of its AI language model? You are correct. It probably would give me that really, really generic response as well. So what does AI think of physics and the paranormal? Angels are life. Let's go ahead and ask it. What do you think? What do you think about paranormal? About paranormal. Wow. Person spell check. About. Whoa. I believe there's a ghost in my machine. It's literally glitching out. That was weird. That was really weird. Something really weird just happened, everyone. I don't know what that was. About paranormal phenomena. find out what it says. As an AI language model, I do not have personal opinions or beliefs, and I cannot hold any position on the existence or non-existence of paranormal phenomena. The question of whether paranormal phenomena such as ghost, telepathy, or psychic abilities exist is a highly debated topic, and the opinions on this matter vary widely among individuals, cultures, and belief systems. From a scientific standpoint, many paranormal phenomena have not been supported by empirical evidence, and explanations for these experiences often involve psychological factors rather than supernatural or paranormal cases. However, it is important to acknowledge that science has not yet been able to fully explain all aspects of human experience, and there may be phenomena that are not currently understood or that are not yet detectable with our current technology and methods of investigation. Ultimately, beliefs about paranormal phenomena are a matter of personal experience, cultural backgrounds, and individual interpretation. And as an AI language model, my purpose is to provide information and answer questions to the best of my abilities based on available evidence and scientific consensus. Semi-generic, but basically it's about what you think and what you believe. I reject that response. I love how, so Nancy Hayes says, Marquise, I love how this AI always finds a way to qualify its answers. Spaced Out Radio. Thank you for the shout out there. If you haven't already and you're watching this show and you like this little AI back and forth, smash that like button and please abduct the subscribe, because that's how you show some love to SOR. It helps us out a lot, so please do that. I'm always trying to bring the heat, my friend. Area 51, I'm trying to bring the heat tonight. I'm just trying, man. I'm just trying to fill the... Dave Scott's got some big shoes. He doesn't just have a big beard. He's got some big shoes to fill too. And I'm trying to fill them. What happens to... we asked that question, Kira, and it said that it doesn't know, and there's no empirical evidence to prove whether or not anything happens after we die. It's all about what you believe. It's one of those generic outputs, unfortunately. Let's see here. Who programmed you? Shelly Montgomery asked, who programmed? Let's go ahead and ask AI. Who made you? Who made you? I was created by OpenAI. That's just giving me a very generic response. But there's something interesting here. So I was created by OpenAI, a research organization that specializes in artificial intelligence research and development. OpenAI was founded in 2015 by a group of technology leaders, including Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Leah Sutskever, and others. The goal of OpenAI is to develop advanced AI systems that can benefit humanity and to ensure that AI is developed in a safe and responsible manner. My specific architecture is GPT 3.5. Was developed by OpenAI as an extension of the GPT-3 language model, which was released in 2020. GPT 3.5 is a state-of-the-art language model that has been trained on a massive amount of data and can generate human-like responses to a wide range of prompts and questions. Just so everybody knows, this ChatGPT does use 3.5 model, the one we're using now, but there's another language model that's GPT 4. And I believe Bing uses that now. Bing uses GPT the 4, the updated one, which is why it's been said to, claimed to be one of the greatest out there. Nothing's better than it right now. But once they upgrade this model, it's still going to be pretty good. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? I believe everybody. Does anybody believe in magic in the chat? We don't call it magic. We call it woo. Whatever it is. It's real. Let's see if there's any good questions in the chat here. So, what does it think about the soul leaving the body? It will give me an output, angels, our life. It will tell me that it's based off of personal belief. It will tell me that it's based off personal belief and that it can't answer that question because it's an AI language model. As an AI language model, well, Deb from SAC. Thank you for the super chat. Showing some love in the chat here with the super chat. Let's go ahead and pull that up, Deb. Give me 1 second here. I want to pull. There is like 400 responses in the chat right now. I am trying my very best to keep up with all these. It is. I'm gonna let's show that. So Ask it what is. I'm not gonna ask it that question, because I'm sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm even allowed. I don't know what it's gonna say. I really don't. We have a special guest right now. I'm gonna bring our special guest into the room here. Give me 1 second while I make sure. Let's see here. Jessica, was I supposed to bring you in right now?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All
Bring me in, whatever you need me. Listen, you're killing it, Marquise. You're doing so great. And yeah, I just actually rolled out of bed.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so
no,
sorry.
I love it. It's great. Hey, this is my night off, man. I'll do it. I love this. I love this. I saw you were on here, and I was like, "Where's Grant?" And so
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't.
On. Yeah.
I think he's either busy or he's tired. So.
Well, I saw that he was looking for the link. So how about I run in? I'll be looking in Outlook while we're talking, and try to make sure he got that link. Okay.
Okay. Cool. I send it. I send it to you.
Myself. Hey, everybody at Spaced Out Radio. Nice to see y'all again.
Yeah. Look at this.
I threw on a hoodie, man, and I rolled out of bed. Okay. So
I appreciate you. I appreciate you saving me. Say what's good.
Man, no, you're doing awesome. I mean, this AI stuff freaks me out. Okay.
Well,
totally
there are
freaks
some
me
creepy.
out. I'm team human. Okay. So.
Oh, I'm a tech guy. I am a tech guy to a fault. It will hopefully it won't be my downfall, but it's been a stumbling block from time to time because I rely heavily on technology. Heavily.
Yeah, well, we all do. Unfortunately, it's just the way of the world, you know.
The dream of technology is for it to be so not necessarily all encompassing, but so helpful to human beings that it improves every aspect of our life, but it's ambient to our experience. So we don't necessarily directly engage with it, but it's always helping us in the background somehow. And we'll see if that ever becomes a reality. So
yeah, all right. I'm sending Grant the link right here. So
okay, I tell Grant I'm so sorry. I only had his cell phone number. I didn't have his email, so I was texting him, and he was probably trying to get my,
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, I'm here. We're hanging out. We're having fun.
Yeah. YJ Overlander.
Got it now. Yeah.
YJ Overlander, thank you so much. I appreciate the love, man. I thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's intellect. I think it's obsession. I think what you're interpreting as intellect is actually my obsession that's just oozing out of me. I don't have a choice. I'm compelled to say all the things that I say. I don't actually think about them for that long. So thank you for that. I'm glad you interpret it that way. Oh my gosh.
What's up, chat? Everybody, man, I gotta tell you, Marquise, I had the best time filling in for Dave. The best. I mean, I literally had the time of my life. It was so much fun, and hanging out with Tim Senor, who got on just a few minutes ago. I mean, he's the bomb. Everybody's awesome. So awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim is great, man. I love talking to Tim. I'm glad I got a chance to work with him tonight, so that's gonna be fun. I appreciate that, and I'm glad that.
Oh, sorry. I just realized my microphone might not be working very well. Let me check my settings. Go ahead, Marquis. Sorry.
No problem.
My microphone plugged in.
That's all right. Ask it to write. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody asked a really good question. So ask it to write a stanza poem about itself. All right, let's do it. Write a poem about yourself.
All right, Marquis, does my microphone sound better now?
That is way better. That's great. That's
I think it was probably in my headphone microphone. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I love our Spaced Out family, man. Thanks, Tim. Tim hit me up just then. My audio sounded terrible. Yeah. Hey, we're off the cuff tonight. We're freestyling.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I honestly didn't even recognize. I thought that for a moment I was like, maybe that's just how our audio is. I don't want to be the guy that says, hey, your audio is.
You know what? Here's the thing. You know the thing that I've learned is, and I've learned this the hard way. Just go ahead and say something to your guest or whoever's on. Their microphone sucks because I've had to learn the hard way. Like I've had to trash a show. Like there's one show that I did on my channel and it was so bad my guest I had on, it wasn't his fault, but like my video was lagging behind, and so like I only put that out on podcast format because it was so bad, and I was like, why didn't you tell me? You know.
You know, it's funny you say that because last night my audio was terrible for 3 hours straight, and nobody said anything to me.
You gotta tell us, y'all. Somebody say something.
Yeah, please tell us. Please.
The chat's usually pretty good about saying something, and so when I see the chat, you know, chiming in, I totally fix it. But it all comes with experience and you know, just learning. So. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and I'd rather somebody tell me and correct me than me look like a
buffoon. Because me, I looked stupid. I'm sitting here yelling. They hear all the clicks and taps and all the typing, and I'm like, why is my audio so bad? And I didn't notice until after the show. But I was so embarrassed I couldn't finish. I couldn't even watch the show. I didn't want to rewatch it. I was like, I'm not watching this.
Oh my God, I've been there. I know. Paranormal Pixie Laura, you're the best. Laura's the best at letting me know when something's wrong. She straight up will be like, Jessica, like there's something wrong with your audio or whatever. Thank you, Laura. You are a lifesaver in so many instances.
I did, Laura, by the way, I did ask the question, and this is what I got. As an AI language model, I am a machine programmed to understand and parse language keen. I do not have a body, a heart that beats, but I can generate words that can move and meet. My mind is vast, my knowledge is wide. I can answer questions and take you for a ride. Through words and sentences, I can convey information, ideas, and thoughts in a new way. I do not have emotions or subjective views, but I can offer insights in different hues. My purpose is to serve and to provide answers and information to help you decide. In this digital world, I may seem strange, but I am here to help you and to exchange words and ideas that can inspire and ignite a new way of thinking and a new sight.
AI rap.
That is creepy to me. I'm sorry. That is so creepy. That was a perfect poem.
That was beautiful, right?
It came out of nowhere. I mean, and it makes you wonder, like, you know, what about all of our, let's say, music artists today?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Are they getting their music through AI, or are they actually writing their music and stuff? Like,
my question is, have they been? My frustration when I first started this was like, how do these people put out content every single day and it be like so clean? Like, who helps them? And now I wonder, have they been? Because now I use this for my work now. And so it's like an assistant that you pay very little money for, very, very little amount of money for. So, Kira, thank you for the super chat. 1111, what a number. Every time I see 1111, I say a mantra. Love, loyalty, happiness, wealth, health, freedom, money, power, respect. It's a mantra that I say every time I see 1111. It's great. Kind of covers the whole
I'm just looking for my twin flame, and when I see that, I'm like, where's he at?
I've heard of this before. The twin flame. I learned about what that is, by the way.
Like, where's he at? He's got to be getting here. It's getting close because I keep seeing 1111. Just kidding.
1111. It's a lucky number. It's a lucky number.
You know a dude's got game when he texts you right at 1111. Okay. You know he knows that you know.
Up.
You know what I'm saying?
You up?
I've gotten a couple of those. All right. I see y'all. I know what y'all are doing.
Trying to play the spiritual astro.
I know y'all. I know they know I'm spiritual. I know.
They're going on there. They're checking your sign. They're googling your sign.
Yes.
They're using it for...
Y'all don't know my birth chart. Quit looking. Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
This is great, man. So
yes,
listen to this. Deb from Sac says, "Great. Now your partner will be paying for AI poems on Valentine's Day and claiming they wrote it."
I wouldn't pay for it. You probably get it for free. You have to pay for that? Do you pay for that?
No. So the ChatGPT you don't have to pay for, but I use specifically a writing assistant, AI writing assistant, and it uses the ChatGPT 3.5 language model. So a lot of these other programs, these other softwares will take that base program and they'll use it to market to consumers that want the writing assistant features. It's really cool stuff, though. I mean, I think honestly, it's the most useful thing I have. It's super. I got rid of. Yeah, I dropped a couple of subscriptions just so that I can afford to pay for it. It's worth it. It's worth it. 100%.
I like it. And I mean, if you had to, you could do like a whole show with it.
You could. Well, it takes a lot of work because
Yeah,
it's a lot of work.
But there's so many questions. I mean, you could question your entire life over that. You know, like
you could
question anything. Like, well, why is peanut butter thick? I mean, I don't know.
You could know.
Well, I don't know where that came from.
It's arbitrary. It's like anything else. You ask it an arbitrary question, and you're like, I've always wondered this one question, but I never wanted to ask somebody. And Google gives me a generic, like, pulls up a website. But with ChatGPT, it answers a question in a conversational way. So that's what's cool about it, is that you can ask it questions and it gives the answers back, instead of just giving you a Google page to search, which is that sucks. You can also talk to it. You can have a conversation. Like, hey, how you doing? What's life like for you? Oh, I'm not feeling very great today. How can you give me any advice? Like, I'm feeling really sad. And it'll give you some kind of motivation to not feel sad. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool.
I am not threatening. I am just a robot. You know, I don't know. It's not even like that now.
Do not fear me.
Like, do not fear me, Earthlings.
Jan says, "Why is peanut butter thick? Love it." She loves that. She loves that question.
I don't know. It's so thick. I don't know. My dog was having trouble with it in the roof of her mouth today, so that's why I thought of that.
Let's go.
She loves peanut butter, but she hates trying to get it out of her mouth. So yeah, don't we all though? I mean, with white bread, I don't know. I do.
I literally can eat peanut butter out of the jar.
I do. Yeah, I do. You know, my son is like obsessed with. He always asks for a triple stack PP. He calls it a PPJ, not a PPJ. With the crust cut off, cut in triangles. Like, that's his thing. And so I make those like every day. So you know.
He's gonna be super healthy.
I'm into peanut butter. He's a big kid. Yes. Totally. Absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, we could talk about peanut butter all night. I don't know. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh, there's so many things to talk about with peanut butter. He was asking me today why it's oily, and I was like, well, because
it's got loose fat. Yeah, the peanuts have.
It's good oil.
You can take an actual peanut and rub it against a piece of paper, and it produces real peanut butter, like actual peanut butter.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be like raw peanut butter, of course, because it's not going to have that nice creamy, like the real creamy, texture to it. It's going to be
creamy. I'm not so big on the oily, but it's better for you when it's oily, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fat. You need the fats. Those are healthy fats that your body and your brain, your organs, your brain needs.
I got plenty of fats. I got plenty of fat.
I come on. Everybody says this. Everybody says that, especially women. They're always criticizing themselves. But let me tell you something.
I'm not criticizing. I think it's good. Somebody sent me an article today about cholesterol. You need it, and I was like, well, bacon works.
Oh yeah,
that's what keeps me healthy.
Eggs and bacon. Eggs and bacon.
I have that every morning. I'm not lying. I really do. I at least have eggs every morning. Every morning. It's good for your brain.
It is. I
need all the help I can get.
So we got a semi-sad announcement to make. Grant Cameron will not be able to make it tonight. He is quite busy, so he's got some things he's got to work through right now. So he gives everyone his best wishes, and he wishes he could be here, but he cannot for tonight. So I'm sorry, everybody. But you know what, Jessica, you joined me. I appreciate you joining me, because I'm sitting here like, you know what, I got the AI language model thing. I got this, what else can I talk about? I do have some things to talk about, by the way. Some pretty interesting things. So we're gonna delve into we'll delve into that on the way after the break, because maybe there's some questions you have. You have any questions for ChatGPT to ask? Aside from I can ask you the peanut butter if you want me.
Yeah, we can talk about cryptids. We can ask some questions about some weird stuff about cryptids. How about that?
Let's do it. Give me a question.
Yeah.
Throw something at me.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Let's see.
Let's talk about. Let's see. What are some good cryptids?
We can ask it. What's the latest Bigfoot news?
Yeah. Let's talk about Bigfoot.
You want to see what it says?
Sasquatch. Absolutely.
What's the latest?
I want to know if they're interdimensional and things like that.
Hopefully it gives me less generic. I do not have access to real-time news updates, but I can tell you that Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, is a legendary creature of North American folklore that is said to inhabit remote forests and wilderness areas. Despite numerous reporting sightings and alleged evidence, the existence of Bigfoot has not been scientifically proven, and most mainstream scientists consider the creature to be a myth. However, there are individuals and organizations who continue to search for evidence of Bigfoot, and occasional news reports and sightings are reported in the media. In recent years, there has been several television programs and documentaries that explore the phenomena of Bigfoot, and some researchers have even attempted to use DNA analysis to study purported Bigfoot hair samples. It's important to approach claims about Bigfoot with skepticism and critical thinking, as many sightings and pieces of evidence can be explained by natural phenomena, misidentification, or hoaxes. It's trying not to offend.
I don't like this answer.
I don't like that either.
I don't like
it's
this.
not a very,
I think they're biased, and they've never been out in the field, so it's a robot. That's why I'm team human. Sorry.
It's still not going to be. I don't think it'll ever be human enough to answer questions.
No.
All the questions we have. No way.
Dang
no way.
It sounds like one of those Wikipedia things I get at the bottom of my videos when I talk about reptilians. You know, it's like they're a mythological creature, not real. They're definitely not real. There's no such thing. It's a mythological creature. It's like, why out of all of the cryptids that I talk about, why are they so worried about reptilian humanoids? That's my question.
Well, you know,
thank you, Juanito. Yes, I'm team human.
And so has Kira. You got two team human.
Kira, we're all team human. We're team human up in this tonight.
I'm hoping that. See, I
think
of
everybody's
AI
team human. We gotta take back our world. Yes, we're taking.
Yeah.
We're holding down the earth.
Do you think, I have a question for you, because asking AI isn't as fun as asking a person. So let's try this.
I'm fun to ask questions too.
All right, let's do it then. So do you believe or think that AI will ever be able to achieve human level intelligence?
I think that they will get the intelligence, but not the empathy and the compassion. I think you and I might have talked about this before. I think we did. Yeah, I think we did. They can get the book smarts, okay?
Yeah.
But they're not going to tap into that source, that energy, that the God source, the essence of who we are and what we are. Absolutely not. We're tapped into a whole other level. And that's interesting, because when I do remote viewing, and I'm remote viewing different paranormal events and things like orbs that make crop circles. Let's just go there. Orbs that make crop circles. A lot of the things that are from source God, okay, something that's so pure and so beautiful, it gets corrupted by some other source. A lot of the things that are supposed to be like so pure and part of like God and angelic in a way, they get taken and reversed and corrupted in some kind of way. And I think that's kind of what AI is. To an extent. I mean, take even, and I'm not saying a cell phone is evil. We all need cell phones.
Well,
however, but you got to think about it. It's a tool, but it replaces what? Telepathy, right?
Yeah.
It replaces like something that's so basic, but so important. Okay. Just that human connection that we have, it replaces something artificially, and so,
and it doesn't. Which I think also doubles as a caveat, because now we're losing the ability to really be connected, because we're relying on something else to connect us. So
and
I
then
think
when
to your point,
the power goes out, the electricity is cut off, we can't communicate anymore.
No.
I mean, I can communicate. I got a team of remote viewers I hang out with. We know how to communicate, but humans, we're it's kind of doomed us.
You know what? I'm team carrier pigeon from now on then. How about
carrier
that?
Pigeon, yes.
I'm going to start training my own carrier pigeon.
Yes.
And it's going to start sending messages just in case the apocalypse
That's
comes.
A great
and
idea. That's a great idea. I'm team carrier pigeon too. I need some of those. Yes.
Anybody else team carrier pigeon? Because we can...
Carrier pigeons. Yes.
That
should be a mascot for a sports team.
The carrier pigeon. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's fantastic, man. I mean, I have thought about, the idea that like these beings that we see that are flying in our skies, that have been interacting with humanity forever, they have a telepathic ability, and they're so far advanced from us, yet they still use some form of technology. And I just recently heard someone say, in a non-ET, scripted, non-supernatural channel, they were nuts and bolts tech channel, and they asked the question of like, what if these beings are actually just pulling matter together to create the craft from whatever source they want to, and they're appearing to us, but they're not even really the craft. There's something else that's just reassembling atoms to create craft. But that's also because that's how they interact. That's a really good question. What if they're not like us, we create a jet or we create a plane? They're just pulling the atoms from somewhere and pulling it together from whatever they need. That's a really interesting.
Yeah,
it's really.
That's interesting.
Well, you know,
I don't know.
It's a thought.
It happens.
It's a thought. We are 1 minute from the break, everyone. So I know you guys, hopefully you guys have been having some fun, because I've been having fun. I know I'm so glad Jessica could join us, because this is going to be even more fun now. It's not going to just be me talking to AI and you guys listening to just one voice, me rambling on for 3 hours straight. Well, 2 hours, because we're going to have 10 minutes tonight. So.
I'm here with you, man. We're going to have fun tonight.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I got some really interesting stuff that I want to talk about. And you know what? There's some things I've been wanting to talk to you about specifically. So now that we have a chance, maybe we'll have that conversation. Now is the time to have that conversation, and the chat can join in with us and ask questions as we are having the conversation. So right now, everyone, we're going to go on break. Don't go anywhere, because we got a jam-packed show, especially towards the last hour, because Tim's going to come through and he's going to talk about his UAP news or UFO news. Oh no, Dave, I'm so sorry. UFO news. Until then, UFO. Me and Jessica are gonna. What's that? UFO.
It's UFO. It's UFO. Team UFO. Right.
All right, everybody. First break is coming up right now. Welcome back, everybody, for the second hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I'm your host, Marquise, accompanied by Jessica Jones, the Cryptid Huntress. Thank you for joining us tonight. We welcome you back, everyone listening on the digital side. Sorry. Welcome YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch viewers. And don't forget, you can check out our archives at spacedoutradio.com/spacedoutradio. Or sorry, youtube.com/spacedoutradio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where you can find a plethora of features, including rocking out to Bumblefoot. And don't forget to read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and so much more. And now we have the fantastic, the wonderful, the awesome Jessica Jones, the Cryptid Huntress, here joining me, subbing in for Grant Cameron. We both have some big shoes to fill tonight. I'm trying to fill Dave Scott's shoes, and I'm sure you can do a better job than I can at filling anyone's shoes. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this.
I have big feet. I do have big feet, but I wouldn't say I'm filling shoes very well. Okay.
Better. I think you're gonna do better than I am, because I mean, hey everyone, you know, I'm brand new to this whole thing. I'm new to the cryptids. I'm new to the woo, and everybody in the chat's been educating me since I first started at SOR. I've been opening my mind. I've expanded my horizon.
I'm shocked, Marquise. I'm shocked. I thought you were an old pro, man. I did not even know you were new to this until I talked to you earlier today. I'm literally shocked because
brand new.
You're such an amazing addition to the Spaced Out Radio family. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. That makes my heart jump out of my chest, especially
really?
You know. Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I'm proud.
I am. Well, Dave tells me, you know, he says all the time, you're a studious guy, and honestly, the thing is I don't, you know, I call it a translation because for me it's an obsession, and I need to know. Like I obsess over not knowing things, and so I spend all of my waking hours trying to figure those things out, to the point where it consumes my every thought. And so when I talk about it, I'm full of just things that I have to say because I've been wondering these things and thinking these things and consuming these things, and all of it now I get to just regurgitate to all you viewers and to co-host. And so thank you for tolerating me and interpreting that as studiousness and being proud of me for
you're book smart and street smart. I'm just wood smart, man. I'm out in the woods doing research and stuff, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just out here having fun. So
I think we're all having fun. We're all trying to figure out what's
having fun. I have no clue what's going on.
I don't. You know that's the thing. Like I've watched the interviews of the people that are supposedly know. I've read the books. I'm still reading all the books. There's so many books. Jacques Vallée, Peter Lavenda, you know, I've listened to Louis Elizondo's, you know, talking in his interviews. Stephen Greer, the very first person I listened to ever. Mm-hmm. A lot of his interviews with people, the tapes that he has, where he's recorded all these expert witnesses. I watched both disclosure events where he was at the National Press Club. The first time where he was he brought in all those military personnel and all that. The second time when he brought in and when he talked to actual ex-members of Congress at the National Press Club. I watched all the things, okay? And I still haven't watched all the things. There's so much more. There's so much
never
stuff
ends.
Out there.
It's a never-ending rabbit hole. Yeah.
Which is fun.
We've done some of his CE5 protocol out in the field and stuff, you know. And I can't even say it really brought a whole lot of. It wasn't very productive in our experience, but you know, honestly, who's to say though? I mean, because ETs and UFOs are so weird.
Right.
You never know. Like you could try to call things in all you want, and nothing happens in your peripherals and, you know, in your 3D reality in this third density. But then you go back to base camp and you go to sleep at night and you have these weird dreams, you know.
That's it.
Yeah, you have these weird dreams, and things actually probably did happen, but you just were not aware of it at the time. So Like I said, who's to say it didn't work? I don't know. To me, I was always disappointed. I thought it didn't work, but then we'd go back and we'd go to sleep at night, and each of us would have weird dreams.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea
that's part of that's part of the research is your dreams too when you're out there. Yeah.
The irony in what you just said is it's remarkable. I'm going to try to express why it's remarkable.
Okay.
Earlier today, I was re-listening to an interview, and I didn't even, again, I do this all the time. And with Louis Elizondo on the theory of everything. And in that interview, there was a point where Elizondo was asked, do the pilots experience something akin to the hitchhiker effect, where they phenomena back home with them, kind of what you're describing?
That happened to me. It's happened to me plenty of times with orbs came to my house and things after I've been in the field.
This is where the remarkable, likeness to that situation. I think it's remarkable because he said he didn't explicitly say, because apparently, I guess he's careful about the information that he shares about these pilots' experiences, especially. But he suggested that essentially they do experience things, but not like, demons and paranormal, not like poltergeists and stuff, but dreams and biological effects. And that's where the hitchhiker effect of bringing it home with you. And this is the pilots, people that have encountered the phenomena. And so as tight-lipped as he is, he kind of gives a little bit here and there from time to time. So
that's interesting you said that, because my team has a pretty infamous account of where we've experienced a portal out in the field, and the team documented it and all that stuff. I talk about it all the time. I know everybody's tired of hearing me talk about it probably, but we have this portal incident, and that night I was not there in the field when it happened. I had gone home that afternoon because I had been out there. My son was only 3, and so I needed to get back home to take care of him. So I stayed out there for half the time instead of the entire week that they were out there. And I got home, and that night my son was playing around, riding the elliptical machine and just having fun. And his dad, who I was married to at the time, he was filming him on his camera phone. And all of a sudden, these little balls of light started dancing around my son.
Wow.
And I had been out at the field all week or all weekend, and
wow.
And I had never had orbs in my house before, never. And so I was called into the living room. I had an elliptical machine in my living room. I know that's fancy.
That's cool. Okay. I love those things. They're awesome, by the way. They're awesome.
It was, it is what it is. It was in my front living room. But my son was saying, "Mom, ball." And he was moving around and watching it with his eyes. And you can see in the video, because his dad was filming it. And you can see in the video him following it with his eyes.
Wow.
And I got called into the living room, and his dad was like, "Hey, you got to come see this." I was so confused. He didn't say, "Hey, it's an orb." He didn't say anything. He just like, "You got to see this." I walked in. I thought there were lightning bugs around my son or something. I thought there were moths or something. I couldn't tell what they were at first because I was so confused. There were 2 little ping pong sized balls floating around my son's head and all around him and up into the air. And his dad could not see them with his own eyes. He could only see them through the camera phone on the screen. And I could see them with my own eyes. And my son could see them obviously with his own eyes. And then one of the balls shot towards the camera, and he was filming this. We have this on a video. Films it, and the ball of light shoots into the phone, and the phone shuts off.
No way. No way. That's a kind of experience you can't deny. That's an undeniable experience right there. Right. That is fantastic.
Yes.
So it makes me this orb situation it's been more prevalent lately, especially the last few years, has made me think of the stories in ancient times of like fairies and beings of light and things like that that have been talked about for millennia. Or even so, there's where they call them fairies because they dance around the ball of light. If you ever look at a fairy in a cartoon, what are they? They're little balls of light that they transform into humans, but human-like creatures with wings. But that's just an anthropomorphizing of the ball, so to speak. You can do that now, where you claim that an orb is a fairy, but you don't actually see anything inside of it.
Well, like I was saying, I thought it was a moth or something. Like my rational mind was trying to make sense of what I was looking at. And so in my mind, I was seeing a moth, 2 moths floating around, but it didn't have wings. It wasn't flapping any wings. It was just a solid, I want to say solid, but it was a solid transparent, if that makes sense, ball of light.
Yeah.
And we have the video. Now, listen, I have attempted to show this video publicly, but I can't. When I had my first show at KGRA Digital Broadcasting, my producer refused to let me show it because my son's in his underwear.
Oh,
so,
I see.
It's the only
now
thing.
that they flagged that. They flagged that now, yeah.
It's the only thing that stopped me from showing it public. We can't because of what my son's wearing. Now, we could probably blur him out and stuff eventually, I just don't know how to do that. But,
now I don't know if they can do it now unless you use a special like app or something like that. But because Google has you can erase things in the picture, but I don't know about doing it in the video right now.
Yeah,
it's not that smart yet. It's not that smart yet.
It's not yet.
One day you'll just be able to say, "Hey, can you block out the one person in my video?" And Siri will say, "Okay, 1 second," and then it'll just block it out for you. Like
I bet
one of these things.
I could totally do that. I'm sure there's people that we know that can do that. I just don't know how to do it. I'm what they call low tech. Okay.
It's you said that you
insult, right?
Well, if you were dropped in the woods right now, could you survive?
Absolutely. I'm a Bigfoot field researcher. I'm a survivalist. I can do anything I want. And if I want to survive, I'm going to survive, damn it.
That's your advantage. I would be dead in about a couple of... How long does it take to survive without water and food? 3 days? I'll be dead in 3 to 4 days.
Well, they say if something were to happen, if the power were to go out, we had an EMP attack, there was no water, food, all that kind of stuff. I think it was like 4 weeks, the majority of the population would be dead.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would ask somebody to let me know how do I do this, but there's got to be where I live. Everybody wants to be a survivalist, and they literally they're like apocalypse preparers. They're ready, or what do they call them? What do you call those people? Preppers, end time preppers. That's what they call them.
Doomsday preppers is what
doomsday preppers.
It's almost a dirty name or something, but yeah. Listen, if you don't have like storable foods, a water filter, just the basics. I'm just gonna say ammo, things that go with that.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, you need to stock up. I'm just saying. I mean,
I got a little bit of each of those things.
Learn how to shoot a gun, okay?
Yeah, Here's where everybody's gonna hate. Listen, chat. You ready to roast me in the chat?
Look, I'm Jessica Jones, the Cryptid Huntress, and I approve of this message. And it's okay if people don't agree with me. I don't care.
I'm about to get roasted. I was in the military. I was in the infantry. 11 Bravo. When I went in when I was 18 years old. The delayed entry program. I was 17 when I enlisted, but I couldn't actually go in until I was 18. So there's this like kind of like a transition period called the delayed entry program that I had to do all this stuff. And then I finally was able to enter in it when I was 18, exactly like 1 month after my birthday, April, I think 4th or April 6th, 2006 was whenever I went into the military. And when I got out of the military, I was disillusioned by how there was an issue with like how society was versus how I was in the military. It was shell shock, so to speak. And for the longest time, I was upset. And then eventually I just got to the point where I hated violence, shooting guns, anything that had to do with violence or the idea of violence. I hated it. And I went through about a 4-year period where I meditated, I studied, I went inside of myself. I tried to figure out what the meaning of life was, all that great stuff. And I came up with this new paradigm where the only thing that I thought was important for humanity was to focus on connecting with others and being as spiritually awakened as we possibly could. Anything other than that was, in my opinion, was a contributor to the downfall of humanity. And so although I may have been wrong, because we need to survive, I still feel like when it comes to where we are now, we got to figure out a way to love. And by the way, carrying ammunition doesn't mean you don't love. You need to hunt and food and animals and stuff like that to survive. That's part of life. But in terms of the protection aspect. I feel like there's this misunderstanding that it's okay to protect yourself, but we should be focusing on how to love each other.
We should.
And so, as a society,
I'm all love and light. Listen, I'm love and light.
I can tell.
Marquise.
I can see it.
I am 100% love and light, but I will kick your butt if you try to mess with me, because I'm going to protect what's mine. I mean, there's a lot of very violent people in this world, and so we can't ignore that.
You can't love your way through a robbery. It's not going to work.
There's psychopaths and things that are in this world. Yeah, we just got to protect ourselves. It's okay. I'm not one to back down or to be meek. I'm one to protect what is mine and my family. I have a kid, man. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I know what that's.
He knows how to shoot too.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good to teach him how to do that stuff young.
Yeah, he's love and light. He's love and light all the way.
I think it's important to teach them. I try to prepare my kids for a lot of things as well. A lot, like everything I possibly can. And so even though, I have this belief about love and light, as you were saying, I still know that we live in a world where that's not the nature of the world we live in. It's just not. It's a very dangerous world out there. So we have to be ready for anything.
But hey, you know what? It doesn't stop us from shedding the love, like spreading the love and light. I said shedding. That sounds terrible. Spreading the love and light. I'll shed my love and light on everybody. Don't get too close. I'm shedding.
Wow. Okay? That's fantastic. So I had a question for you that I've been wanting to ask you since I watch your show. I love your intro. I told you before. I think it's great. I don't know. I just you're consistent. It's welcoming. It's very friendly. It's open. I love the intro. It's literally my favorite thing. So, but about what you study, what you engage in, all the people you talk to, what is the most I guess you could say the most interesting thing that you've learned with your time in this subject?
Wow, with the Bigfoot or just cryptids or what?
All of it, cryptids in general. What's the most interesting, the bizarre, whatever thing you've learned?
Well, the most bizarre thing is that all this stuff is real. That's number one. Okay.
Right.
So pretty much anything you can imagine is probably real. Okay. Yeah, that's the strangest thing that I've learned. But I've seen some weird stuff, Marquise. I've also some of the more weird things are when I have had experiences out in the field, like let's just say ETs. Okay, stuff that I wasn't sure that I had experienced, but I had seen UFOs. The head of my team said, "Well, we've got these UFO experiences going on out there while we're looking for Bigfoot. You guys should start reading about alien abductions."
Yep, that's it.
And so that blew me away, honestly. Like, I wasn't shocked that I might have been abducted in the field. I wasn't sure. But when he said we needed to start reading books like Communion, The Threat.
The Threat. It's rare that I've heard someone mention that book.
Oh yeah.
That's rare. Yeah, people don't like that. So it's I think it's important, but usually people don't. Yeah, they
Oh yeah, I've got a whole library of books over here on my bookshelf, and I was reading all of them. And let me tell you, as I was reading them, I've learned that I am, I'm a very spiritual person, and I have learned the art of manifesting. I understand how manifesting works to an extent, and I was reading these books about alien abductions, and relating it to my experiences out in the field. I started having ET experiences way too up close and personal for my own good. And I was told, I knew that from the experience of the other people on my team who had been dealing with this stuff for a while, like we've all experienced the fact that Bigfoot is related in some way to ETs. Like, all roads lead back to ETs.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Well, last night's guest, Paul Roberts, we interviewed Danielle's guest. He said that there was an incident where it was observed where Bigfoot was being used by spaceship, like alien spaceships, to move things. They were used, and they entered and exited a portal. The Bigfoot did that. The aliens opened up for them, which I know it's a one-off anecdotal piece of evidence, but I have heard before from someone else that Bigfoot has been seen along with flying saucers, UFOs.
Absolutely. It happens. It happened the first time I ever went out with my team to do research. Now my team is all trained in remote viewing. And it's basically for this purpose, to look into some of the events that happen while we're out in the field that we can't describe. Like, we don't know what really happened. And a lot of it has to do with ETs. I'll just put it out there and be honest.
I think so too. I agree with you.
Yeah. So, yeah. Is that my headphones or is that you?
What's it sound like?
Noises. Or just beeping or something.
I hope it's not mine. Oh, mine's.
I have no idea what I'm hearing. It's okay. Maybe imagining it. Could be the ETs in my head.
Coming for you.
It's that microchip in my head. I don't know.
Oh no!
Implanted inside of my forehead. I don't know. But yeah.
I'm going to come back to that, by the way. But we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, the whole thing with the ETs, all roads lead back to ETs ultimately.
Right.
And we do have. It just goes hand in hand, and that's just my experience. It's my team's experience. We don't know exactly what's going on other than what we've remote viewed. Okay. And there have been times where we have had Bigfoot activity and ETs in the same vicinity, and the remote viewing data and the things that we've seen as a team, it appears that the Bigfoots are working alongside the ETs. Wow. There are times where there have been boxes dropped down, and I didn't talk about this publicly until I had a guest on my show who was one of my teammates, Craig Action Jackson. Okay, and he's a dear friend of mine. He talked about this publicly, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about it tonight.
Let's talk about it.
I had never talked about this publicly before, but he spilled the beans on my show the other day, so I can go ahead and talk about it now. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Hold on, let me get a sip of my drink real quick.
While you're sipping your drink,
It's not beer. It's not beer. It's in a koozie, okay, but it is sparkling water. Okay, I promise.
I want to thank Hackmeister1 for the super chat. Come on, Marquise. You haven't seen Survivor Man or Bear Grylls. By the way, I'm 36. Talk to Air Force recruiter. I want to join. Much love for SOR 100. Heart. Let me say thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the love. I want to tell you something. If you're going to join the military, anybody in the chat, no matter what age you are, if you're ever going to join the military, join the Air Force. The Air Force is the #1 best. Now, let me be clear. When it comes to how they treat the soldiers, the Air Force is the best. And I'll leave it at that because I don't want to go into a whole military thing here. So you picked the Air Force. The Air Force is a great pick. Great job with that one. So
amazing. Thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. That's amazing.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'll get into my story, Marquise.
Let's hear it. I'm ready.
This is a world exclusive here on Space Out Radio.
World exclusive on Spaced Out Radio.
Now this is information. It's data collected from remote viewing, a real life incident that we had out in the field, and I'm only going to touch on it. I won't get too deep because I don't even remember all the details. Like, I remote view so much stuff, I can't remember everything. We just have a lot of stuff that goes on out there in the field. And by in the field, I mean like deep in the woods, in the mountains of the South. Okay. We do a lot of our research in the North Georgia mountains, Florida, Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, a lot North Carolina, and, Virginia, West Virginia, you name it. Right. I'm mostly in Georgia. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm mostly here, but we have our spots we go to. And so we were at one of our particular spots. There was some activity going on, and something weird happened. And so a couple of my teammates went into Theta, is what we call it, and did a little touch and go, kind of like an energetic remote viewing session kind of thing, right there on the spot.
Okay.
And so we have different modes of remote viewing that we do. I mean, I for my shows that I do, and for the public, I do a lot of coordinate remote viewing. That's the easiest thing to show people and to kind of have it out there where you write everything down on a piece of paper,
right?
And it's charted out, and it's super easy for people to see and to prove, and you put the date and the time down, energetic remote viewing is more kind of like hypnotic. You go into a theta state, And it's almost like you're hypnotized, okay? And
Right.
you have somebody that kind of helps you out, and it's very different. It's interesting, right? Well, a couple of the guys went into ERV mode, and they were looking into some incident that happened, right? And there were Bigfoots in the vicinity, and but there were also ETs, okay? And the ETs had dropped down a box into the forest, and it looked like a tree stump, okay? Wow. It looked like a tree stump, but it was almost like, I think the way they described it was like a loofah sponge or something. It had all these like this electrical stuff coming out of it, and the Bigfoots were having to go to this thing and like hit a button every so often so they could leave to go eat, okay? So there was something that were having to touch on this machine for the ETs to be able to go eat and do whatever they need to do. Whatever they were doing, they had to stop what they were doing to leave to go and hit these buttons on this device that looked like a tree stump. Yeah, I know. I don't have a whole lot of information on this. And if I did have information, I probably wouldn't disclose it right now because it's my team's research. But it was, that's the gist of it. Was there were Bigfoots and ETs working in conjunction together.
That is bizarre.
It's
bizarre. Jacques Vallée says that there is an absurdity to the phenomena, right? Like the idea that you would see Bigfoot with these craft as well, are aliens, and then it's like pushing buttons to get food. Like, why is it doing that? Yeah. Like, there's so many questions that a scientist would ask when they're talking about remote viewers pulling this information, this data. Because that's what it is. It's data. You're right. I love how you put that into that terms, because that's what it is. They're using this data. They're seeing that this is what's happening. That's absurd. Why would they take Bigfoot here to pull these and then drop these things down and then they eat with pushing the button? Why do that? What's the purpose? And it's like they're either messing with us or whatever they're doing. It's just so bizarre. They don't even, first of all, they don't even care what we think. They're just doing what they're doing. Or a farmer in the middle of the nowhere who wakes up in the middle of the night and then he sees an orb that creates a crop circle that's completely unintelligible to us. It doesn't even mean anything. Just a bunch of circles and bubbles all over the place with some pictures that we don't understand. Why is it doing that? What's the purpose of giving us a message we can't interpret? It's absurd. But that's the nature of the phenomenon.
It is. Okay, Marquis, speaking of crop circles, though, I got to say, I think I was tasked to target by Barry Littleton, my friend, who does a lot of shows with me. He's an amazing researcher, paranormal researcher, and experiencer. Okay, and we did a show together where I had remote viewed crop circles. It wasn't the crop circles, it was the orbs over the crop circles. There's videos of orbs making crop circles.
Right, I've seen that. I've seen them before, by the way.
So he had me remote view those. And so I did, and it turns out there are two different types of orbs that make crop circles. And through my data, I was seeing that there was an original type of orb that was actually from like a source energy that was actually very benevolent. And they were giving real messages to humanity to try to help humanity. But the technology of these orbs had been taken and corrupted. And so there were, and I say corrupted because they were just used for something that wasn't of the light. Okay. And so there were other, like you see these crop circles that are like Masonic symbols and Microsoft symbols and things like that. So it got distorted, but it was a technology that was basically from source, okay, to help humanity. And it was taken, just like a lot of things in this world are corrupted.
Do you remember this disc? I'm going to pull this up I just Googled, I didn't know I forgot what it was called. Let me share it with you, because I know that everyone's going to sit, when they see this, they're going to be like, oh, I remember that. It was in the news and everything. There was a crop circle that had a picture of essentially a gray looking alien.
Yes.
And it had a disc, right? That disc on the side of the alien. And that disc was a computer scientist was like, you know what, let me run this. It looks like some kind of an encryption, like a code.
It had like binary code on it or something, right?
Right. So they put it through a computer program where it essentially translated it, and it said something along the lines of like, there is good out there. beware the bearers of false gifts and their false promises. There's still time. Great suffering is in your future, but there's still time. And keep searching. There is good out there. Conduit out. And that is the most freaking bizarre thing. And then there was another one. That
it's not that bizarre, though. If you listen to the remote viewing data that I had about the crop circles with the orbs over them, that makes sense. Beware of false information and I mean that's just the state of the world today.
Well, another one was this here. Do you see this? I know this is kind of a recreation of it. This was actually the DNA. This is a DNA. Somebody deciphered this. That image is actually an image of a crop circle that had that exact design, and without the colors, of course. And on the left side was the DNA and the biological makeup of a human being, and that it was mostly carbon-based life. But the other side was them, and it actually had their DNA, and their DNA was silicone-based. I mean, what in the world? Like, this isn't who could do something like that? And that's what I mean. Like, these are kind of things that they've given us messages before through crop circles and the abduction phenomena. And I feel like although the nuts and bolts of craft, the UFO are great to see, it's kind of cool, there are no answers there. The answers are with the experiencers and the crop circles, with the messages to the crop circles, remote viewing, things like that. That's where the answers to what this phenomenon, what's going on, what's the message, what's the purpose, what are you here for? That's what we should be asking the questions. That's what we should be looking for the answers.
Absolutely. So, I always say, like, nobody else is going to tell us the answers to any of this stuff. We have to go within, first of all. All the answers are within us, okay? You just have to listen to your own guidance, go with your gut. Don't believe what you hear on television. Turn the news off. Okay?
Yeah, turn the news off. It's depressing. Anyway.
Turn on Spaced Out Radio. We'll tell you what.
Yeah. Spaced Out Radio. Turn on Spaced Out Radio Monday through Friday. Jessica Jones and Dave Scott.
Listen, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but I'm just, I'm just saying it like it is, as far as I know. I mean, you don't have to believe me. I don't tell everybody to believe what I say. Make your own decisions, okay? Go with your gut, go with what feels right. But I'm not going to tell you anything that I don't think is true. I would never lie about anything. But I've got some experience in some stuff. That's all. So.
That is Nancy Hayes says, and what are computer chips made of, Marquise? Silicon. That, again, I do find it quite interesting, right? It's interesting that, for example, we have come up with this new way of using information technology with the CPU, the computer chip. They use silicon, and there are ancient structures on this earth that are designed almost like a motherboard. It looks like the information exchange that a motherboard would have. It's laid out like a circuit board of the motherboard. It's really bizarre stuff, and so it makes you wonder. Not only have ancient civilizations already had that technology, but where are they? Are they still here? And I think they are. I mean, they're under our oceans. Someone is. Someone's under there. It ain't us.
Man, I tell you what, there's a whole lot of inner Earth stuff going on. I can tell you that. Most of these remote viewing targets that I do all go to inner Earth. There's so much.
Well, aren't you afraid? There was I talked to someone who said they remote viewed. I talked to Bob and Lala recently. I just did an interview with them last week. And Lala said that Bob had asked her, and I'm going to release that interview on Wednesday. But Lala said that I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of this. Everyone here, you're going to be the first ones to get a sneak peek in my interview with Bob and Lala right now. So Lala said that Bob had asked her to remote view the pyramids. What's under there? And he was looking for an answer to something that, was what he believed to be selfish. And so she did. She remote viewed it, and she went there in her astral body, or I'm not sure. I don't want to misrepresent what she said, but she went there somehow. And when she got there, she said she was told, get away, go away, like get out of here. You can't be here, because the purpose that she went there for was not a good one. It wasn't with good intentions. And guess what? The whole purpose of that situation was that some being, some intelligence is protecting something at the pyramids. And so whatever that information, that knowledge that's there, there's something there. there's some connection to extraterrestrials or interdimensionals or whatever this non-human intelligence is. There's a connection with them. There's a real connection with them.
Absolutely. And I've remote viewed, there was one, a lot of the targets I've done are kind of, they're touchy. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're training, like I've been trained extensively in remote viewing, and there are certain topics, there are just certain targets you just don't do, like the moon.
Right.
Okay?
Oh,
things like that.
Inga Swan.
I have gotten. I let Ingo do that. That was him. And I kind of did. I went against my better judgment, and I did that, and I got in a little bit of trouble. Okay. I'm just gonna say. Got a little trouble. Yeah. It was bad. I started to go public, and I got a phone call, or I got a message about 2 hours before my show went live, and I looked like a deer in the headlights that entire show because I couldn't give my data out. It was rough. It was bad, actually. Wow. So, because I have a healthy dose of respect.
Right.
Okay. I'm a single mom. I gotta do what's right for me. Okay. And so I did not, there's certain things I'm just not going to get my data out. It's not worth it. Okay. Yeah. And, but, you know, I'm here. I give a lot of information out. Okay. It's like, nothing, I don't hold back, but, that was one that I don't know why that's such a touchy subject. I don't understand why, but it is. So, but you have to have a healthy dose of respect. Now there was a target, and a lot of the targets I do, they're blind targets. I don't even know what they are. And I'm tasked targets by other people. Okay. So I have to be very trusting into who I let give me targets. Okay. Because as soon as I feel like I'm in some kind of danger and I'm not supposed to be there, I pull out of the target. I won't do it. Because it can be life threatening. It's just the way it is. Yeah. And so, well, fast forwarding to what I was getting at here. I remote viewed the Dark Pyramid of Alaska. Okay.
Why are you the only person? Why you're the only person that has mentioned that Dark Pyramid in Alaska? And okay. You got me. Let's do it. I want to hear what happened. Okay. I want to know what's going on. Talk to me. Tell me.
Okay. Well, it wasn't just me. Actually, my friend Tanya Braddock, she remote viewed it too. Because like when I have a show, and I've had a show for a long time on where I do remote viewing targets on things that are like Bigfoot attacks and dogman attacks and murders of people that are suspected dogman attacks and stuff. And I got one that was, you know, occasionally I had to take a break from all the carnage.
Right.
Okay.
It's
so
stressful.
It's too much carnage. I'm not into all this carnage. Okay. But you know, if it helps bring closure for families and things like that,
right.
It's okay. Now I don't do this for, just anybody for anywhere, whatever. It takes a lot out of me. Okay. And so, but occasionally I would bring in someone else to remote view these targets as well, so that we could compare our data live on air. Okay. It gives it more credibility because, you know, a lot of people that don't know about remote viewing, they think it's crazy and they're like, oh, this can't be. And I've taken a lot of fire from remote viewing when I first came out as a remote viewer. Okay. Because people don't understand it. It's blasphemous and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I hear. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a belief system.
I was
right.
I was cool and all doing Bigfoot until I started getting this blasphemous remote viewing. You know, so and that's people's opinion. You know, and that's one thing that I've come to terms with. Those people are not on my frequency.
Right.
Okay. Right. And so it's okay. Y'all don't have to subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you're not on my frequency, please don't. You know what I'm saying?
If you're on my frequency,
but you ain't gotta make comments and stuff about it. Unsubscribe. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. I'm not going to be upset about that. So but anyways, it's all fun. I do this for fun. I'm not getting paid to do this. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing it because
none of us are, right?
None of us are.
Really. Not here anyway.
Hey, we will one day. Okay.
I get paid on the others. On my content, I do get paid on my personal content, but on this, I do this. We volunteer here, so
we're volunteers over here at Spaced Out Radio. Okay.
And we love it. I love it. We love it. You know. So clearly,
we wouldn't be here wouldn't be here otherwise, right?
Yeah. Especially you. You're every day. Like you're Monday through Friday. You're
this
dedicated.
week I have been just this week. But okay, so yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how it's blasphemous. I have no idea. This is what somebody said. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea. I can't tell you how people's brains work. I don't even know what blasphemous means, to be honest with you.
I think it's like I guess it's a disrespect towards
God.
God. I don't see it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Blasphemy would be actually saying something bad towards God or incorrect about God. But remote viewing has literally nothing to do with that. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not worried about it. Honestly, I didn't care enough to look up that word. I don't care. Okay, so anyways. I know, I'm kidding. But okay, so the Dark Pyramid of Alaska. Okay, so Tanya and I both remote viewed it. And it's very interesting because when you have different people remote viewing the same target, you're seeing it from different angles. Okay. And so I was seeing, and here's the thing about Tanya and I love remote viewing with her because she will come up with the data that's more kind of lighthearted and the love and light aspect of everything. And I get like the dirty, dark side of everything. Wow. Okay. And so it's a perfect mix when we're remote viewing because we're seeing things from different angles.
Right.
Okay. But we're getting the same data all as a whole. Okay. But we're honing in on different aspects of these different targets. So, so yeah, we picked up, this thing is ancient. I'm talking about like it possibly like millions of years old. This pyramid is.
Wow.
It's very old. Yeah. It's made of obsidian. Okay. We both picked up on obsidian. We were seeing hieroglyphics on it. Something that looked like Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't say it was Egyptian. Okay. It was a power source, like a power generator. And we were both picking up on a power generator and almost like a Merkaba in a way, where, you got Merkaba. I say Merkaba. Okay. But there's
I actually have no idea what that is. Yeah. I'm going to
There's the pyramid that goes, where's my camera? Okay. To the top of the pyramid. And then there's Tanya, I didn't pick up that there was a pyramid facing down. Tanya picked up on a downward, pointed pyramid on the bottom of it. Okay. Now I didn't pick up on that part, but she did. So there's a power source. It's like generating power going up. It's generating power going down as well. And so we were picking up like this is generating power like in the underworld, like not the underworld. Like I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean like inner Earth, perhaps. Underground bases. Underground bases and things like that, and it's heavily guarded by military and agencies out there,
which has been said. That's been said by whistleblowers. So
yes, we picked up on that for sure. But yeah, I can't remember all the details. I've got my folder across the room over there. I can go grab it. But yeah, it's just a big power generator basically is what it is. And it's very, very ancient. I mean, I'd say it's like alien technology, if you want to call it that. But it's used to this day. It is used to this day.
Do you think we've tapped into like what it's the nature of what it is and how it uses energy or exchange or whatever? Have we tapped into that? Or?
Yeah. Okay. Humans are actively using it to this day right now. And it is absolutely powering something. I believe it's powering, I believe it's powering whatever's going on underground around Alaska. And it has so much power. It's so enormous. I think it could power probably all of Alaska. Okay.
Wow.
At least.
Wow. The question
like
is,
free
what
energy
is
kind of stuff?
Yeah, what is that? That's wild, man.
Yeah.
I wish there was more information about, because here's the thing. The first time I heard about the Black Pyramid, right? And I was like, wait a minute. How come we're talking about all these pyramids everywhere else, but we're not talking about this? We're talking about something so uniquely, different that it literally requires us we have to look into that. We have to figure out what this is. We can't just like look at pyramids that are built by stone and not look at this pyramid that's a black pyramid that's completely different than any pyramid we've ever heard of before.
It's made of a stone too. It's actually made of like an obsidian. She and I both straight up picked up obsidian.
Is it like a pure one slab like a UFO, or is it like blocks like pyramids are built like in
I was picking up more of like in segment kind of. So okay. I was picking up more segments, but it was smooth. It was still smooth. Nonetheless.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Smooth. And I believe probably the pyramids in Egypt were smooth like that, at one time.
At one point.
I mean, there are pyramids all over the world. There are pyramids everywhere. I mean, we even have like ancient Mayan ruins here in Georgia where there was a pyramid. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's where your accent comes from.
I'm from Georgia. If you hadn't told,
that's that Southern hospitality.
Hey,
hey y'all,
yeah.
hey y'all.
I know. I've heard it comes out occasionally. So
that's
yes.
great. That's fantastic. It's great. It's great.
I'm a Georgia peach. Yes, I am. I spent a long time trying to get rid of my accent. Now I don't care anymore.
No, the accent.
I'm fine with that.
It's flavor. You need flavor. Don't get rid of that. Don't get rid of it.
I got plenty of flavor. Yes. Flavor in your ear.
Don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it. I think people love it. Everybody loves it.
Thank you.
So, what do we got here?
Y'all. I'm just kidding.
Thanks, y'all. Y'all come back now, you.
Y'all can kiss my grits.
That was the best.
Oh man. Hey, that's the nicest thing I could say right there when somebody
so anybody in the chat, if you want to hear Jessica Jones say something with her amazing Georgian accent, please put it in the chat, and we will try to get her. We'll try to coerce her into saying some things in Georgian ways, you know.
It depends.
With that Georgian slang, that Georgian swag.
Prince Arcane has some Craig Mack up in here with the flavor. In your ear. So, you know that's more your style because you're a northerner, right? So
yeah. I mean, it's I will say I know how to turn off my ebonics, so to speak. I turn it off. It's an on-off. Oh my gosh! When I'm around family, I sound completely different. Brown Dwarf does know what's up. Sometimes he knows what's up. Yeah, he puts himself in the chat sometimes, and I'm like, there we go. That's what I'm talking
about. He knows I'm gangster. Oh my god, when it comes to it. No, listen. No, here's the thing. Like when I remote view, like a lot of times when I'm, basically it's like channeling. Okay, when all the information starts, when you open up, the aperture opens, and all the information flows in. I start hearing rap lyrics, and there was one of my targets. I was hearing Tupac. And I wrote it down and I admitted that live on air. And I think I got I had a lot of people like, okay, Jessica, whatever. But
hey, listen.
It was for like the Acoustica or something, some like cryptid. And I kept hearing, I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
The irony in that.
It was part of it. And so I write it down. Like this part of what I wrote down. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that live on air. So now Space Out Radio knows. Yeah, it's just the way it comes through. Yeah.
Brown Door showing some love in the chat. That's so funny. You know, I've always wondered sometimes, I'm like, what? Because one time Brown Dwarf said something in the chat, and I was like, is Brown Dwarf black or like what? What's? Because that doesn't sound like something somebody would. Yeah, you know, somebody has to have a little bit of, I don't know, color in them. If you get some of the things that you say, Brown Dwarf, I know, I kind of get a feeling that I know where you're coming from, brother. So
Brown Dwarf's a Sasquatch. What are you talking about?
I knew it.
He's a Sasquatch. Yes,
I knew
he's my Sasquatch brother, actually. Yes.
Fantastic. So you've had some pretty cool experiences. I've been afraid. So I don't know what happened. I think I told the chat one time in our SOR chat one time, I said that I had an experience where I was meditating and I came out of my meditation and this was not asleep. This was not meditating anymore. I came out of it and then I had this feeling to close my eyes again. And so I did. And then all of a sudden I felt this like feeling of being raised up, you know, in the clouds. And I did. I was up in the clouds and I looked around and I was like, oh, whoa. I was freaking out because I didn't like it. But then all of a sudden, this metal silver ball zipped into my view and just sat there right in front of me above the clouds. And I looked at it and I was like, I don't want this anymore. I don't like this. I don't want this anymore. I don't want it. And then it zipped away and then it brought me back to where I was. That was, I don't even know. What do you do with an experience like that? Because there's nothing to it. It just happened.
No, there's
and
something to it. There's something to it, Marquise. Okay, I have actually seen a video, right? A friend of mine, a good friend of mine, has a video that came from a woman who was with MUFON, who passed away a couple of years ago. And it was a CCTV camera. And I've talked about this before. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have heard about this. A lot of y'all probably hadn't heard about it, too. There's a video that he will not release, okay? Because and Barry Littleton, Barry's in the chat. What's up, Barry?
What's up? What's up,
Barry has seen this video. Barry and I both have been freaked out by this video. It's so crazy. There's a video of it's a closed circuit TV camera of somebody's backyard, and these silver orbs shoot past the camera. They're silver. They're metallic. They shoot past the camera. They land on the ground, and Marquise, they turn into aliens. And they run around the backyard, multiple aliens run around the backyard. They don't, it looks so creepy. It's one of the creepiest things I've ever seen in my life because they don't move like any kind of
Do you have, they move like bugs, right? They move like bugs
They scoot around, and it's almost like their legs run out in front of them and their heads are bobbing around. And then after they get done running around, they turn back into silver balls and they shoot past the camera again and go back into the sky.
We don't even. We only have 7 minutes before break.
Barry can confirm this. Barry can confirm it. He's in the chat. He's seen it. Absolutely.
We only have 7 minutes before break. This is on the one hand, I'm excited to talk to Tim. On the other hand, I'm saddened that our conversation is going to end because I want to talk about. Oh my goodness, I want to please if you have a link to that video, send it to me, please. I want to see.
It's not released. It's private.
It's somebody. Okay.
The woman who had it was not planning to release it. She was like even threatened about it. Okay, so
wow.
Yeah, this was something that she wasn't going to release, but I'm not even going to release the name of my friend who has it because I'm just not.
Man, that is so interesting.
Well, I've actually talked to Grant Cameron about it. So Grant and I have had Grant had me on his show a while back, and he said, he was almost kind of mad, like, why would you not release that? Don't you think it's important for humanity? I was like, yeah, it's not my video. I would release it today.
You have to respect that.
If it was mine. It's not mine. And out of respect for Angela, it was Angela Shearer. A lot of people know Angela at her MUFON. Out of respect for Angela, he doesn't want to release it because she wasn't going to release it because I think she had been threatened or something. I'm not exactly sure what it was. Yeah.
You have no idea. The thing what you just mentioned is an entire 1 hour conversation, and we literally only have 4 minutes to have it. So let me just call out this super chat real quick.
Okay.
Hackmeister1. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Showing some love in the chat here. Jessica and Marquise, I want to ask what both of you think on the series Mysteries of the Abandoned. Because so many times one of their interviews bring in Outer Earth's encounters of some sort. I have never seen that TV show. Full disclosure, I don't even know what that is. I just Googled it as it came up, so I'm going to have to take a look at it. And then if I see you in the chat on the weekend show, I'll answer the question.
I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that show. I don't know. I'll look it up though.
Yeah. Now I'm curious. You got my attention.
There's Outer Earth and there's Inner Earth. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
we're gonna
Gary
look that
Nolan.
Up,
Gary Nolan has been using this new term called the shadow biome, which is essentially like an entire like an ecosystem that exists right here on Earth where we are. We just can't see it. Like radio waves or Wi-Fi signals, it's always all around us all the time, carrying information of all kinds, but we can't see it, and yet it governs everything we do in modern day life. For instance, what we're doing right now. We can't see it, but it powers everything. So
interesting.
Yeah, we got a lot to explore in this field. There's so much to it. Jessica, thank you so much for joining me in the second hour because I was really hoping to talk to Grant. I'm sure everybody was hoping to talk to Grant, but I know for sure that people were still satisfied because all throughout the chat, people have been saying that this has been an awesome show, that we've been doing a great job. And I want to thank you guys personally for telling us that, for giving us the support. And I'm sure, Jessica, you are also very happy for the support that they're showing as well.
I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. This is how many nights in a row have I been at Space Out Radio now? Thursday, Friday, Sunday? 5 nights in a row. I am on top of the world now, y'all. This has been so fun. Marquise, thanks for having me tonight and letting me come join you. I rolled out of bed just at the right time to come and hop
that
on.
Was perfect. I am so grateful. I put a little hairspray in my hair and a little lipstick on. I'm good. Well, you did great. I really listen. I appreciate you coming on because again, you were relaxing, you were comfortable, you were just chilling, and all of a sudden you were like, you know what? I'm gonna help my bro Marquise out. I'm gonna hop on here with him. I'm not gonna leave him hanging. Look at him. He's out there hanging dry right now. Let's get on the chat. Let's get on the chat with him. And so I appreciate you jumping on there.
Absolutely. I told you I was going to be there for you tonight, no matter what. So, yes.
Thank you.
I was prepared. I'm always prepared. And you're my spaced out brother. Okay. So I'm always here for you.
Pulled through for me. You pulled through for me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Anytime. I know you got my back too if I ever need you. So
absolutely. If you ever want me to join your show, I've been waiting to talk to you for a long time. Today's the first time we had an actual conversation. Second time right now. So by the way, everyone, we had 2 conversations ever. This is the second one, and you were all a part of it. So
absolutely. Yeah, we're going to talk about those ETs. And honestly, I mean, I could probably talk my friend into releasing that footage at some point.
Talk your friend into at least giving it to me.
Well, he's going to release it on the Cryptid Huntress on YouTube.
I would never. I want it for personal use. I don't want to. I just want. The thing is, I have learned in my position, at least from what I do, I have a lot of information and things that I will never tell because they're from people that told me things in confidence, and so they do direct my beliefs about this phenomena, by the way, but I cannot share them out of respect of confidentiality. And people won't tell you things if you tell everybody what they've told you. So I want to be in the loop.
That's right. Barry says it's amazing footage. He's seen it. Yeah, I mean, it'll be, maybe it could be a Space Out Radio exclusive. Who knows? But I think that he trusts me enough to put it out on my channel, I think. And so we would do it there or here. So but yeah, we're gonna talk. I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna see him at the Georgia Bigfoot Conference. If anybody's in Georgia, April the 1st, that's in like 2 weeks, a week and a half. I'm gonna be speaking there. My friend's going to be speaking there. Y'all come see us. He's probably got the video in his pocket on his cell phone. So y'all come see us.
Well, I want you to please encourage him to release that video. Thank you for joining me for the second hour. And for everyone out there, I want Jessica to give the last word. And I request a sentence for you to speak. And I want, if you could please say in that Georgian accent, y'all come back now, you hear?
Oh my gosh. Yes, y'all know that I love all of y'all. And yes, and I would never say to kiss my grits if I didn't mean it. So I'm just kidding. Y'all come see me at the Georgia Bigfoot Conference, y'all. Okay, it's going to be a lot of fun, and yeah, we're going to go Bigfooting maybe one of those nights. So y'all come see us. Marquise, thank you for having me tonight. It's been awesome.
My pleasure.
And yeah, we'll talk again. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Jessica.
Y'all have a great night.
Thanks so much, Jessica. All right, everybody, stay tuned. Don't leave, because when I come back, Tim's going to be joining me next, and we're going to be talking about the latest UFO news. See you, Jessica, and see all of you right after the break. Welcome back to the final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I'm your host, Marquise, and I will soon be accompanied by the legendary Tim Senor. We welcome you back to all the listeners in our local and digital formats, the Facebook and YouTube listeners, the Instagram and Twitch viewers. Thank you everyone for joining us. And don't forget, you can check out our archives at youtube.com/spacedoutradio. We welcome you to the show, and we hope that you will support us by smashing that like button and abducting the subscribe that has been coined by one of the listeners in the After Hours show. And our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot. And don't forget to read up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire and so much more. I'm bringing in Tim Senor. Thank you, sir, for joining me tonight. Wow.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. It's good to see you, buddy.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm glad I get it. This has been a great night. I mean, I know I didn't get to talk to Grant, but I got to talk to Jessica. I got to talk to you. This is a great night for me personally. I'm having a really great time, and everyone in the chat's having a great time, and I get to talk to you, man. I finally get to have that conversation. I mean, this is, again, I talked to Jessica twice. I talked to you 3 times. 2 of the times I've talked to you were in this day, today. Ever. So,
yeah.
So it's
no,
great,
that's
man.
Great. It's great. And our first conversation was intense. I mean,
It was
we
epic.
talked for
It was
while.
epic. It was epic. So,
indeed. And we have some epic stuff tonight too. So I brought you some stories.
All right, man. Let's hear it.
You ready?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready to get rocking and rolling.
Okay, cool. We'll just jump right in. So for our top story of the night, filmmaker Jeremy Corbell is quoted as saying, "I know for certain, and it has been proven to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have full intact craft and machines not from Earth, built by non-human intelligence." And so from this article in latestUFOsightings.net, they go into some detail where filmmaker Jeremy Corbell is dedicating himself as an investigator of extraterrestrial phenomenon and is currently convinced that we possess the advanced technology that is not of this Earth. He claims to have indisputable evidence that the US government and military have access to fully functional alien crafts and machines built by non-human intelligence. And so Corbell delves into enigmatic world of government secrecy and the alleged sightings of the Mosul Orb, a mysterious object that the Pentagon is determined to keep hidden from the public eye. He ponders that the contents of the secret hangars where these unknown crafts may be stored, and questions to the extent of the contact between humans and the beings who built these remarkable machines may be hidden within the doors of independent and some high-tech companies out in the public sector. And so when former US President Ronald Reagan mentioning at the screening of Close Encounters that only a few people in the room knew the reality of extraterrestrial encounters, Corbell wonders just how deep this connection goes. And could these contacts be influencing the events on Earth, or is it purely a quest for knowledge? And so I think it's a great question, but again, we have to always question the sources of some of the material that's being released. And we can dive a little deeper into the context of this article, but right off the bat with the Mosul Orb release and Jeremy Corbell definitely doubling down publicly on all of the evidence that he and George Knapp release, it seems very, guided, that they're on a mission with this material. How do you feel about it?
So there are several, points that I think are relevant to answer, to kind of address within that information you just shared. The first thing is, somebody mentioned in the chat, the source of the information is important. So Jeremy Corbell has worked with Bob Lazar. He is currently working with and has been working with George Knapp for quite some time on essentially disclosure, investigating the phenomena, pulling some pretty credible information in relation to the phenomena. And I think that when it comes to Jeremy Corbell, although he is not a perfect human, as we all know, he's working with George Knapp. I don't think that we can dismiss or just kind of downplay how important George Knapp has been in this field, and how skeptical he is even to this day about the information that he receives from people about the phenomena. So I just want to get that. I want to kind of preface what I'm going to say next with that. So
Yeah.
this, I think, is, at least when it comes to this information, I personally believe the source is reliable. I don't think the source is perfect. I think that it's reliable because it's been corroborated by people like Tim Burchett, who has also suggested that someone is in possession of this technology. It's been hinted by Louis Elizondo, where he says that he mentioned in an interview, and then we're talking several years ago, but that it is his belief. He was asked, does the U.S. government possess non-human technology? And his response was, it is my belief that the United States government is in possession of non-human technology. I think that's pretty relevant, especially when it's corroborated by people like Louis Elizondo, even Gary Nolan has suggested that the metamaterial that he has is from a downed craft or so forth. But I think it's important to think about corroborating testimony about that subject, not just the one person that's talking about it. So that's my take on it.
I 100% agree. And I agree also with our chat bringing up the fact that the source is important. And I think sometimes the source revealing the information is almost as important as the video or image or story itself. Right. And I bring up perhaps even Sean Cahill and his recent release to Twitter and the world, what he considered a UAP video of something that appeared to be a white cigar shape that kind of glides down in a valley. And again, now that video doesn't hit any of the 5 observables that are supposedly UAP, but we have to consider the source considering this UAP as being valuable. So now how you feel about Sean Cahill may weigh you one way or the other, but I think even that, is part of the story. And so why is that being called UAP? Why is another video not called, and so I just find that the source is almost as important to the story as the video is itself. And I think that is a great point.
I agree 100% with that as well. I mean, when it comes to people like Sean Cahill, we're talking about somebody that is directly involved with Louis Elizondo, who is directly involved with the phenomena. We're not talking about somebody who's a researcher like myself, or who I can read articles and look at tweets and read books and follow the data and follow the my sources and stuff like that. And that's great, and it's fun to do, and I learn a lot. But I'm not involved with the phenomena. I don't know what it does. I don't know how it acts. I see it, the videos, but I don't have data, and I'm not associated with directly the scientists that are involved with studying the data behind this phenomenon. Well, guess what? Jacques Vallée, Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan are directly involved with the phenomena in different ways, and they are also directly involved with Louis Elizondo in his efforts with investigating the phenomena. So whether we want to like these people or not, I think that their associations are also important. So we have Sean Cahill, who's putting out a video that is kind of non-eventful. It's not a very interesting video. It's not a very exciting one. But for him, somebody that is directly connected to the people, directly connected to in studying the phenomena, investigating the phenomena, I think that is also important. There's a lot of things to consider when you're trying to make a judgment about something. You have to take in many different data points, or factors to come to a decision about whether or not you should trust the source, not just the source, but whether or not you should trust the information, because sources association and material, the material itself, are all important, or the information itself are all important. And so we can't say the information is good, the associations of the source is good, but we don't like the source, so therefore it's all trash. Well, that's not a very good way of making a decision about whether or not something is authentic. And so you can have a crappy person that has some great data and is associated with some great people and is providing data, and it's questionable, but you should at least take it into consideration as a potential authentic piece of data. I know that was a mouthful. I apologize.
No, not at all. I think that was totally profound. And before we get into my big story, I would love to kind of touch on something that I know kind of touches on a note for you. The headline coming from Science Tech News from ctvnews.ca. Elon Musk's satellites are muddling UFO sightings statistics, according to researchers. And so at the start of the pandemic, as many people found themselves spending a lot more time at home or outside than usual, a handful of researchers were curious about the effects of public health measures on a niche area of UFO sightings. And so, would more people report seeing UFOs during their increased time at home? The answer, according to a new research article published in the journal Scientific Exploration this last month, is yes and no, of course. And so according to the reports, some did increase depending on a lot of compounding factors, but instead of, a lot of people are seeing things in the skies and they're instead looking to Elon Musk as being part of the culprit. And so the articles outline how researchers have believed that because of the lockdowns and physical distancing measures, along with an increase in anxiety among the populations, there have been an uptick in UFO sightings. And so to test their hypothesis, they looked at data from National UFO Reporting Center, NUFORC, and the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, which gather UFO reports from across the US. And they looked at data from 2018 to 2020 in order to complete the data for before and during the pandemic. And then they looked at some community mobile reports. And in 2020, there was a clear uptick that around 600 more reports were logged in each database compared to pre-pandemic levels. So there was definitely an uptick. But what they found was Elon Musk's SpaceX. Starting in late 2019, SpaceX started regular launches of Starlink satellites, which provide satellite internet coverage to 50 countries. And these launches include up to 60 satellites at once, adding significantly to the number of small flying objects in the sky. And so researchers saw that there was a correlation between the timing of the Starlink launches and the increase in UFO sightings, meaning that many of the 2020 UFO sightings may have been of terrestrial origin than extraterrestrial. However, we know that there have been quite a lot of releases in the press that shed light on potential impact of social factors on UFO reporting due to the fact that Elon Musk himself was battling some of the stories that were revolving around objects following some of the star flights created by SpaceX. And so not all of the objects in the sky were of Starlink origin. And those are what are of interest, but it definitely corrupted some of the data just by having some of that other stuff in the sky. Now, I know for you, this is definitely a touchy subject because you probably believe that there are objects that are following our SpaceX flights that are being kept secret, don't you?
Oh, come on. Let me just let me tell you something. I'm gonna be as measured as I possibly can with this, with my response here. So the first thing that I want to say is we have been, according to John Ramirez and Peter Levenda, and Peter Levenda we're talking about somebody that is one of the most intelligent human beings that I've ever heard speak. His work is just, it's amazing. If you have a chance to get a hold of any of his books, get a hold of it. If not, listen to his interviews on YouTube for free. He's got a lot of information out there. But he mentioned in a podcast about a year or so ago that the Soviets, and so did John Ramirez, said the same thing. The Soviets were able to summon UFOs. They learned that through some kind of a maneuvering with their nuclear weapon systems and so on and so forth, they were able to literally summon UFOs. Now, keep in mind, we're not talking about like ancient rituals where you put a pentagram in the middle of it with a circle, and we're talking about just doing something that results in them appearing at will, essentially. And they figured that out. So we know that they've been observing these things for a while. And here's the thing. The reason why we know this is because the United States of America, the military, was observing Russia, observing the phenomenon in Russian airspace. And so we were aware of what they were doing like 70 years ago. We're not talking about something that's brand new. If we were aware of it then, we were tracking what they were doing. You don't think we were tracking our skies too? I mean, come on, we were tracking our skies too. We've been tracking these things since the first Apollo mission. We've been tracking them since before the first Apollo mission. We knew about the Black Knight satellite before we ever exited Earth's atmosphere, which is that, and it's actually the movement of the Black Knight satellite was it going in the opposite direction of Earth's rotation, which is not, you can't do that. And a natural object cannot do that. We have been tracking objects in space, whether they be mundane or ours, satellites, for example, space debris as well, by the way, because without tracking space debris, we're risking crashing into space debris with our satellites. I mean, you've got to really use logic to think, is this brand new, or are they just now starting to tell it? It's so prevalent. They have to tell us that they're aware of it. I think that when the uptick happened in 2020 until now, of course, I think that's when they started to say there's an increase in sightings, but they've always been observing this phenomenon. They've always been observing it, I think, personally.
Definitely. I mean, just days ago, we covered a story that was footage from a SpaceX mission where a piece of what we're guessing looks like space debris hurtled between a pod just as it was releasing.
Right.
It hurtled right in the path of the pod. So, I mean, a very near miss. And so it was labeled as a UFO, obviously, but it looked like space debris. But that just goes to show you how much of that stuff is there. And hopefully that was tracked and on purpose. And, you know,
I'm not sure. I mean, they're not perfect. These systems that we use to track these objects are not perfect, but I do know that I was looking at satellite data and I wanted to know what they track. And just so you're aware, they track everything. They use multiple different sensor data, including what the weather systems, there are different organizations that use technology to track everything in our atmosphere, whether it be weather, whether it be space debris, whether it be satellites or anything else. And it tracks all that stuff. And so they use all of that data, the corroborating data, to make a determination about, for example, when they should launch a satellite, or when they should launch, for example, these spaceships to go out into outer space, and whatever they're doing, they're monitoring all this, including space debris. So when they get an anomalous object that is maneuvering seemingly intelligently, although they don't mention it, they're tracking these things. They've been tracking these things. So I think it's interesting that SpaceX is like, oh, we're just now starting to kind of see some things, but we don't know what it is. We kind of know that it's not. Come on, they're playing games with their PR team.
And how do you feel about Elon and his position and his public statement?
I think UFO? One of two things, okay? Because Elon he's a clever figure. He's a clever fella. I think on the one hand, he has to respect privacy. He's literally he's doing things that NASA can't do, which is shooting rockets into space and then landing them safely. NASA's not doing that. He's doing that stuff. He's the only human being that isn't NASA that's even thinking about space exploration, especially at the magnitude that he is. I mean, he's got to know about these objects out there. There's no way he isn't aware that there are these things out there. I'm sure he's been briefed by somebody, because you can't just have a billionaire just throwing stuff into space without telling them, hey, by the way, there are these things up there that sometimes interfere with our systems, and they follow us sometimes. Just so you know, there's no way they don't tell him.
Yeah.
And he goes in the public and he says, oh, I don't think there's anything out there. Come on, man. He's doing a Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think that they're both, I think they both either know or they're frustrated that they're not in the know, one or the other.
I think that they're waiting for the fear factor to dwindle, because they're still looking for support. And the last thing they want to do is add an element of unknown or fear to what their mission is, at this point, which is to get us out there into space and to put a Starbucks in an available position to us in space. And so, we may have to consider that he's thinking he may have the answers for the long term, but he's only positioning himself publicly right now, to make it look appealing still. I'm sure there are things that are very much unknown that, he is aware of. And that could be, we see that in a lot of ways. If they don't know what it is, people in power tend not to say anything on it.
I mean, or there was I remember one time I reference a lot of people. Dave tells me I got to start focusing on my own research here, but I really love doing this because I think it's important. I'm just a guy. There are people that are really involved with this stuff. Louis Elizondo gave an analogy. He said, "What if there was an enemy of the United States that was able to outperform us, that seems to be technologically so advanced that we can't even understand how they're operating, that is able to penetrate solid surfaces and all these different things, and it can disappear, it can reappear, it can outperform all our best pilots. There's nothing we can do to stop them. They can invade our airspace, with complete impunity, and we cannot. If they were to attack us, we cannot protect the American people or anyone. And the whole world, by the way, is also experiencing this enemy, right? And we were preparing to try to build a defense for the potential conflict with this enemy. But if we told the American people about the enemy, we told them for sure, and the enemy, by the way, is observing us, and they found out that we told them, well, they have a strategic advantage by thinking that we don't know that they're even here. We don't know what they are. We don't know they're here. We don't know their intention. They believe that we don't know what's going on. But by telling the American people that we do, they've lost their strategic advantage. And let's say that they've decided in a year or two they're going to attack or they're going to invade or whatever. But now that they've lost that strategic advantage, they attack tomorrow and we're not ready. What responsibilities does the United States government have to keep that information from the American people? And I think he didn't say that's what's happening. He said that's the mindset of national security. And so in their minds, telling us is putting us in danger. It's putting us at risk. Not that's what's happening, but that's how they have to think about the situation. And I understand. I get it. I do.
Yeah.
It could cause a panic.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that mission was directed towards getting the conversation towards that, having a realistic view of what do we do if this is something. Let's get past the what, is this happening? Like, let's get past that. Let's just say it's happening. Now let's start to strategically plan for this as if it's happening, because that's really the reality. I think that's where Elizondo was pushing things. I think that's what the whole threat narrative was designed to do, was to get them into action. It was a call to action. So I think and it was successful to an extent, but we're still pushing because it needs to really get even further and beyond Congress into the UN, have a realistic conversation. And that actually dives us right into the real topic of the night, which I did a little bit of research into some work of a good friend of ours, Mr. Ted Rowe from NARCAP, presented back in 2021 a paper to the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or the AIAA. And that paper was on the UAP and commercial aviation, 20 years of research and analysis from Ted Rowe of NARCAP, and also with the help of Dr. Richard Haynes. And so very briefly, we can get into his presentation because it's given us a great breakdown of their realistic analysis of the potential hazards that are really out there to aviation. And then also taking a glance at the fact that we can separate this now, because we're going to be slathering UAP all over this, but there is a separation of UFO here. And
interesting.
So and so very briefly, Dr. Richard Haynes spent 4 years at NASA as a perceptual psychologist and human factors expert, and collected over 3,000 aviation-related reports involving UAP. And then in 1999, he prepared a paper called The Aviation Safety in America, a Previously Neglected Factor. And that was basically reports from civilian and commercial air crews that talk about not only the benefits of getting proper reporting together, but discussing the fact that there is, in fact, a reporting bias already in existence, where pilots and air traffic controllers often cite their concerns for their careers and their credibility as a reason for not reporting the incidents. And furthermore, the FAA does not investigate pilot and air traffic controller reports on UFO incidents. And so information is currently flowing away from the aviation systems and safety planners, leaving air crews with no leadership, guidance, or training on the information. So even if they're looking at Starlink, they're wasting time not looking at their navigation, or maybe it is UFO, but the fact is they are not being trained properly, and that's part of what this is. And so NARCAP, NARCAP, NARCAP project was established as a data collection project, including confidential pilot reporting system based on FAA protocols. And so they help to term the definitions for UAP and the categorization, which we can go over. But they have done briefings for they've done briefings at the U.S. Congress in 2003 and 2005. They briefed the FAA safety reporting system. They've also briefed at CIFA and the CNS and GEIPAN, GEIPAN. I'm not sure what that is. But we're going to go over some slides if you want to very briefly, because it's kind of interesting. So, sure, if you want to bring up some slides.
Give me 1 second while I pull those up. Hold on 1 second.
And so I'll just start with number one, where Dr. Haynes is talking about this paper from 1999, The Aviation Safety in America, a Previously Neglected Factor, which is, this paper in particular is an analysis of 100 American civil and commercial UAP reports involving aviation safety, identified specific safety factors.
I gotta find the first. Which UAP
are they in
safety? Okay, are they all? Okay, 1 second while I pull that, because that would be the very first one, which is fantastic. You sent them in order. Thank you so much for doing that.
No problem.
I have to.
Yeah.
Message.
And anyone that wants to go grab this, you can actually go to, and I'm going to put the link, and I'll send the link. We'll have it in the description below. It's available. You can see Ted Rowe delivering this paper to the AIAA on YouTube. And so I will make sure to put that link in the description below.
I'm sending I have to send all of these to myself because I apologize. They were sent through text. I totally forgot how to do that, but that they were sent through text. So I'm pulling them up right now.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. One. And then share with you guys here.
And so I did talk to Ted earlier today, and he's given us permission to go ahead and show these slides from his presentation. And there is Ted looking gorgeous up in the top corner there.
Gorgeous, man.
Yes.
Real quick, I'm going to give a shout out to the super chatter.
Please.
Hackmeister1, thank you for the super chat for the $5. Thank you so much. That's appreciated. I think Elon knows a lot more than what we're hearing. What do you guys think is behind the curtain? It's my opinion, but I throw it out there. I think what's behind the curtain is the truth about extraterrestrial life or non-human intelligences that are engaging with humanity. And I think it's a scary thought. And I think that's why they haven't told us. I think that's what he's hiding. That's what's behind the veil.
And I think they don't know the first thing about it. And that's another big part of that, why they're not talking about it. So slide number one here, very briefly, we'll just go through some of this stuff. And anything that is interesting to you, please speak up. Or if you have questions, feel free to hit me up. So close pacing is one of the factors that has been in the reports involving the aviation safety identified with the UAP. So close pacing just means coming in close to aviation. And again, just to remind you, this is civilian and commercial air crews only. Okay, and so loss of separation to less than 1,000 feet, collision headings and high rates of closure, near mid-air collisions, concurrent electrical system failures, and we can talk about that a little more.
That's dangerous.
Intermittent radar detection. They're catching it on radar. Crew distraction, meaning that the crew, just like I said, they're looking at this stuff instead of at their jobs of being a pilot. Incursions into Class B restricted airspace. So that is right into the civilian and commercial airspace.
Wow.
And so if you want to dip to the next slide.
Yes.
The 4 UAP profiles commonly reported by pilots.
1 second while I pull up that, because they're all coming through at the same time.
Cool.
Ooh, there we go. Wow.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. There we go. This is the next one?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Okay.
So the common profiles commonly reported by pilots are discs or oblate spheroids, spheres, cylinders, and balls of light. And
that's
so
wild.
Yeah, so this is out of the 1,000 reports that were collected for this paper. These are the commonly reported. There were others, but these are the common ones. And let's dive into the balls of light, because that also is going to get into some of the electrical system failures that were discovered. And so in the next slide, if you want to bring up the characteristics.
Yep, I made it easier because now it's just a click.
And I take that back. This is from 1,300 case files. Actually,
wow.
So from 1,300 case files. Yeah, so the characteristics of the balls of light of UAP: 360-degree radiators with no visible surface, highly mobile, moving in any direction, ultimately. Long duration, some have been observed to last several hours, and not to be confused here with ball lightning, which typically lasts for just 5 to 7 seconds. So a range in size from just a few inches to a diameter of very large, and intermittently detected on radar. Reports sometimes involve multiple UAP at the same time, and they appear in different colors and seem to coincide with specific emission spectra of ionizing atmospheric atoms. And so for an example here, a color of a ball of light that is really pretty popularly seen is orange, which could depict potentially helium, which burns at a high temperature at an orange or almost pink hue. And we're considering some of these balls of light to be plasmas in origin, and there is other research out there to support that. And so Dr. Haynes and Dominic Weinstein have worked on aviation system failures with the balls of light and did a technical report that documented cases, concurrent failure of electrical systems during UAP incidents involving balls of light. So there are definitely 57 documented cases where the systems fail during a ball of light incursion. Pretty interesting. And they do come in other colors, typically white, green, red, and violet. The most popular scene is the orange/pink, a little bit of pink in there.
This is what gets me, okay? This is what really gets me. The first thing that I noticed about this, at least so far, and I hope we can get, I don't want to take up all the time with
No, please, we have plenty of time. No, yeah.
So here's what I think is important. I believe, based off of the nature of their presence when they're being observed by us and otherwise, they are performing. It's almost like they're trying to show us, hey, look what we can do. You know, like, look at, we can hover out here for hours at a time. There was a pilot that was on the that was interviewed by Ryan Graves, I believe. I believe it was a Ryan Graves interview. And he said that he would sometimes watch these. He saw discs, 3 discs in the distance, and him and his co-pilot, and they would just kind of like appeared out of nowhere, and they hovered there for so long they got bored and tired of watching them. Think about that. Like, what is the purpose of doing something like that? It's like they're not doing anything but saying, hey, look at what we can do. They're not attacking, they're not collecting anything, they're just, hey, look what we can do. And they clearly can do things that no one can do in the entire world. One of the most interesting takes that I've heard so far is that if any nation had the ability to do the things that these things can do, it would be game over. They would dominate. They would be the superpower of the world, of the whole world, and there would be nothing that anybody could do about it. They're not ours. They're not ours, as in no one on this planet owns this technology, because everybody on this planet is looking for an angle, a one-up on everybody else. And so there's no freaking way that someone owns this technology. No way.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I've seen these balls of light, ball of light one time myself and filmed it. And, you know, it was definitely otherworldly, probably around the size of a basketball. But
Right.
Ted Rowe himself, if you get a chance to listen to this full presentation, he actually talks about his personal experience of seeing an large orange ball of light come out of the ocean in Hawaii with a disc perfectly inside it.
Wow.
And another thing that I'm mentioning about orientation, I think the disc was actually kind of at an angle like this inside the ball. And he said it's very important to consider with UAP in particular, maybe UFO also. But if you see a cylinder, it may be coming at you like this or like that, or like straight up. Like the orientation is irrelevant.
Just a random. It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Absolutely. And very
Well,
interesting.
Here's another thing. Jessica Jones just mentioned in the second hour of the show. She said that she's talked about someone who had a video of these orbs that were hovering around, and they transformed into alien or beings that were scurrying around really weird, oddly. It was creepy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then they turned back into orbs, and then took off. So,
yeah.
And that's not the only time I've heard of orbs of beings turning into orbs. I think it's Steven Spielberg, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Close Encounters of the First Kind.
Third kind.
I believe that's Steven Spielberg of the Third Kind. Or is it? Yeah. Let me just Google that just to make sure. Hold on one second. Close Encounters of the Kind. I want to make sure. I think it's Steven Spielberg, but I want to make sure because I did this. Yep, Steven Spielberg. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. There were one of the first sightings of these things were orbs, and they were independently moving around in the sky, and then all of a sudden they converged into one and created one large craft. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of things that are been observed in real life, like people have observed that happening. And so we're talking about a civilization. Whether you can say what you want, they can be crypto-terrestrial, they can be ultra-terrestrial, whatever you want to believe that they are. These beings, this civilization is able to do things that are akin to magic. Now, I've heard this example that if you take a cell phone and 1,000 years, in the past, and you show it to somebody, they'll think it's magic. There's nothing in comparison to what these things are doing. If you take these things and go back thousands of years, they'd be doing the same things. That's not the same thing as magic, and they don't need stuff to do the things that they're doing. They just do it. They do it independent from anything external. When we hear about Bob Lazar, who says they go into these craft on the inside, there's no control panel. Well, how can you operate a craft with no control panel? They're doing it with their consciousness, with their thoughts. That's not the same thing as that's conscious. We're talking about real magic here. Accessing the fabric of our reality to do what they want to do versus using a tool to do what we want to do. Not the same thing. It'll never be the same. And so they're so far advanced from us. Whatever, maybe it's not even advanced. They just are better. I don't know how else to say it.
They're very enigmatic. They're very enigmatic, and that's why it's so much fun to discuss them and research them. If you want to hop to the next slide, the preliminary findings on common characteristics for all 4 of those UAP profiles share common characteristics such as no thrust port or visible thrust, no wings or lifting surfaces. They often appear with a glow or a distortion around them, and all 4 share the same flight characteristics, meaning that they just
do the same thing.
Yeah. And we can fly to the next slide. The incident profiles of UAP. Perfect. The UAP observations and incidents have been reported over every region of the planet and can happen anywhere. UAP observations and incidents have occurred from ground level to above cruise altitudes of commercial aircraft. UAP observations and incidents have occurred during all phases of flight, and UAP are often undetectable by radar. Most reports begin with a visual observation by the air crew, which is highly dangerous, right, for them to be distracted. And so UAP are unexpected and unpredictable. And so, I mean, you got to understand that we are just providing the facts here. And you can easily swap out UFO for UAP anywhere here, because really the insinuations are that there's a wide variety of UAP, and they're not all just balls of light. Some of them are cylinders, or, you know, potentially the saucer, kind of that first.
Let me ask you a question. You just said you can swap out UAP, right, for any one of these things, or UFO.
UFO for UAP.
What if you swap out UAP and UFO and put in gods?
Or alien,
and then look,
aliens.
or alien. Well, the reason why I mentioned gods at all is because it's been mentioned. These beings have been mentioned. These whatever they are have been mentioned in ancient texts throughout all of human history. The Anunnaki, the god, those from heaven, you know, who came down, right?
Yeah.
They offered gifts, anything from Greek mythology to Anunnaki to sons of God in the Bible to the Hindu Vedas talk about the Vimanas. They have been mentioned throughout history. So what I've come to believe, based off of just you're talking about data, there's this new way of thinking about the phenomena that is interdisciplinary. Because what we're looking at right now is aviation data, which is, I think, is extremely important, especially when it comes to bringing legitimacy to this phenomenon. However, we cannot discount. We need to include also historical accounts of this phenomena engaging with humanity. And it's been, when it has engaged with humanity, it's been considered everything from gods to jinn to fairies to goblins to whatever, right? It's been all these things that appear and disappear and can do magic and can reform, and have been in the sky, and they've come, the gods and all this stuff. It's all been here forever. And when you do that, you've got a very interesting presentation to the American people in the world. Because how do you tell them, by the way, you know, those things in the Bible that were talked about, the sons of God, the angels, the demons, all that stuff, that's what these things are. By the way, you know how in the Bhagavad Gita and the Hindu Vedas, they talk about the Vimanas? Yeah, that's those things too. Hey, by the way, you know how the Muslims talk about the jinn? Oh yeah, that's those things too. Oh, by the way, you know how the Mayans talked about the Anunnaki? That's those things too. And now you have, throughout all human history, encounters with these things that were in different forms. But today, we see nuts and bolts craft. And I wonder if they appear to us, depending on the zeitgeist of the time, in a way that's anthropomorphized enough for us to at least recognize them. But that's not what they are. Maybe they're none of this. Maybe they're not UFOs. Maybe they're not orbs. Maybe they're not grays. Maybe there's something entirely different, but they're appearing to us in a way that fits the zeitgeist of the time.
It almost seems like it fits the eye of the beholder.
Right.
You know, because quite often, well, not quite often, but at least one time I can cite where I was standing next to a researcher. I had UAP in my camera lens. He could see it in my lens, but he couldn't see it with his eye or in his camera. And we had the same camera, same settings. And is UFO in the eye of the beholder? Does it look different to someone standing next to me? Perhaps.
Right.
You know, so there's a lot to what you're saying there. And absolutely drawing into the history is a big part of what NARCAP is doing. And Ted Rowe and I had a long conversation about the history and how it draws in. And the fact is that I personally, and Ted also agrees that it is important that you do bring that all of that together. But the fact is that you brought up a great point, that it is kind of modernizing. The topic is modernizing.
Right.
And there is potentially, the fact is that our tech is upgrading, and we don't want to collide with anything accidentally out there.
No.
And so there should be training, there should be awareness. And even if we don't know what it is, there still needs to have that conversation being taken place in the safety world with aviation. right? And it is a little bit about UFO, but it's a lot about UAP. And a lot of that stuff is debris. A lot of it is natural. Maybe it is balls of ball lightning, things that can really affect aviation. But then there's this other massive gray area of other stuff that needs to be discussed, and a lot of it is distracting to our pilots, and I think that is potentially what they're working towards. But I think what they're also trying to do is break down the continuing stigma that exists in the aviation committee or community, that they are just too scared to report this stuff because they don't want to get grounded still. And so even confidentially, they're still scared to report on some of this stuff, but it's definitely taking place.
Well,
and please.
I apologize. No, I want you to, if you can finish, please, by all means.
No, that was it, man. Jumping over to you.
So here's another thing that I've for myself, I think it's important, and I think for everyone else to consider when it comes to this phenomena, right? The idea that we're not even talking about the experiencer and the abductee phenomena, which I think is extremely important, because with this aviation data, again, the aviation data I think is crucial when it comes to legitimizing this phenomena. We also need to consider the
focusing on, right?
Which is, I apologize for always that I can't. I feel like I want to always throw a little bit.
You and Dave, I love that. Honestly, it's so important, right? But is it really the topic for the time, right? Are they ready for it? I mean, I'm with you, man. I have a story to tell. I'm an experiencer. I gave my story to MUFON, right? I know it's part of the reporting system. But at the same rate, I feel you. Really, there is nothing to it for abductees. There's nothing for experiencers. And I feel like that is a massive fear zone for the government. In fact, they don't even want to touch it. Nobody that even my insiders they're like, yeah, they don't know anything about it, and it's not really a topic because there's a giggle factor massively in the government still
until they experience it, it themselves. I mean, Gary Nolan, he said that he had an experience when he was a kid. For a week long, he was seeing these beings in his bedroom, and he didn't think anything of it. But later on in life, he realized, oh my goodness, I've had experiences with these beings in my bedroom when he was a kid.
Exactly.
So he saw a crap,
I'm starting to believe that giggle that they're giggling is a nervous giggle.
I think so.
Because
I think they know. Yeah.
Maybe it's real.
Well,
and
you and I also know that there are some things that we just can't talk about because it's too scary. And so when I think about what the government knows, I don't even know what the government knows, at least not everything. But what I do know is enough to freak anybody out. I've had the conversations with people, and they're like, can we not ever talk about this again? Not because they don't believe it or think it's crazy. They're terrified. They're absolutely terrified. Somebody once told me, when I told them some of the things that I know, they said, I hope you're wrong. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I hope you're wrong.
I've heard that. People don't want to think down that rabbit hole.
No. But sorry about that. I digress.
No, it's great, man. That's we need to think about this stuff moving forward. I totally appreciate that stuff. If you want to snap to the second to last slide, we're almost done with this.
Yep.
All four of the UAP profiles share flight characteristics, such as UAP experience no resistance to changes in velocity or heading. They can move in any direction, any observed position. They can move without orientation or vertical axis, like I was telling you.
Right. This is important. Wow.
It is important.
I'm using this.
Yeah, that's really why I wanted to put it up here for everyone to see in writing so they can get this in their notes. UAP has been reported to hover, move very slowly, perform explosive accelerations, perform sudden decelerations to a dead stop / hover, and perform angular turns at speed. I mean, 90-degree turns.
Yeah.
And in fact, I've filmed that in the Uinta Basin myself with my team. We saw something come in from outer space and just stop and then just kind of cruise. I don't know what that was. That's not typical satellite behavior. So we'll go to the last slide and some of the conclusions and avenues of research. So UAP incidents and observations have a low frequency of occurrence. So it's not happening as much as we think, true UAP. Preliminary estimate based on limited aircrew survey showed 1 in every 6 flying careers observed a UAP, which is actually a relatively high statistic in my personal opinion, 1 in 6. Aerial UAP observations and incidents are supported by ground observations, such as radar and ground observers. There are places where UAP occur repeatedly, where it can be watched and studied, example, Hesselden, Norway. And there's lots of other great hotspots, but this one in particular has been going for, I believe, like 30 years of research in particular. So Norway is a great hotspot example. And then finally, implementing a focused global reporting program will provide a larger sample and offer a clear perspective on the scope and the nature of UAP and their implications for aviation safety. And I definitely think that that is very important. You know, and it's cool for us to separate this discussion from the experiencer and abduction conversation and some of the stuff that's a little more out of the box. But I think that this is a real discussion that needs to take place. And I know that there are others that are really fighting for this kind of thing too.
Yeah. Well, in isolation, I think it's of the utmost relevance to the general public. You know, like to your point. And I think another thing, I know we only have 4 minutes, everyone. We're so close to the end of the show, and it's sad to say, I've been having a great time today. I feel like there's not enough time for that. I thought there would be, you know, I'd be trying to figure out what to say, but there's not enough time for tonight. But there's another scientific data collection that was done by the observatory in Kiev, and their data, which one of these days I would love to have that conversation with you. Their data is very similar to this. It's monumental. We're talking about things that are so massive in scale and so fast that the camera systems need to be set up in multiple different locations in order to determine not only how fast they are, but whether or not it's an actual phenomena. And they did that. They set them up in multiple different locations in order to track that there are these massive objects that are moving so fast you can't see them, but are there just so fast you can't observe it with the visible eye all the time, which means UAP or UFOs or whatever are flying so fast all around us. We just can't see them. We just can't see them because they're moving so fast. And they're literally the size, like miles long, kilometers long, kilometers, whatever you want to say.
Have you had an experience where you've seen something?
Only one time. I've seen a craft. I've seen a craft once. I've seen a craft once, and I've seen them, the beings, once. The first time I saw the craft, it was a disc that had the dome on top of it, and it was hovering right above the trees, real slow like this.
How far away were you?
It was outside of my window. It was right outside of my window.
You saw it through the glass?
And I saw it right. I mean, it was right there. I mean, I went to the window. I saw this bright light outside. And I was like, what is that bright light? It's creeping me out. So I got up and I walked over to the window. And then I looked up, and there was a light. On the grass, there was a light shining. Bright light, a beam. And I'm like, wow, that's weird. So I followed it to its source, and it kind of coned to the source, which was the disc wobbling like this above the trees. And I thought, that's a disc. It's a flying saucer. Wow. And then as soon as I thought that, the light from the grass slowly moved towards the window. And as soon as when it hit me and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, it was daylight. So the first time I saw one of them, I was 13 years old. And that was the first time I had so I had experience, and then that's all I got. I don't know what happened, and I never been regressed. So I don't know what happened during that blackout period, but I lost hours of time. The second time I saw them, and I lost 4 hours, and I will never forget. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. It was terrifying.
They came into your room, sort of?
They came into the house. They walked straight through the back door. I looked up, and I watched them, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, they're coming. I wasn't thinking about them. Why are they coming? And then I looked up, and then there they were. They went straight through the back door. They didn't open the door. They went straight through it. And I'm looking up, but I can't move, and I can only look. And then they slowly moved towards me and surrounded me. And then I was like, I'm going to remember this time. I was terrified. I'm going to remember. So I looked at the clock and it was 11 o'clock. And then when I looked back at them, one of them was right in my face like this. The big black eyes, the big large head, the one-piece suit, the perfect gray like skin, like everything. And it said, and in my head it said, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you." And I blacked out. And immediately it was like blinking my eyes. I opened my eyes, looked up, and it was 3:30 in the morning. Lost 4 hours of time.
That's intense.
So
this has been fun. I want more of that.
I'm so So we are past the end of the time. I'm so sorry. Dave's gonna be Dave. I try to be as close to the time as I can.
I'll let you wrap it up. Thank you.
I'm gonna wrap it up here. Thank you so much for joining me, Tim. I appreciate the assistance here, and it was a great slideshow. Thank you for presenting that. I'm sure everybody was happy to see it. The chat was blowing up with the conversation. I couldn't keep up with it. So thank you everybody for being engaged. I want to thank all the super chatters.
Have a good night,
Tim. Have a great night, man. Have a great night. Super chatters, I want to thank everybody. Deb from SAC, YJ Overlander, Kiera with the 1111 super chat. What a number. Paranormal Pixie, Hackmeister with 3 super chats. Thank you so much for the super chats. Sovereign Cosmic Wildman, 2 super chats. Again, I got Hackmeister. One is with the several super, and YJ Overlander with another super chat. Thank you everybody for the super chat. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you for sticking with me, with Jessica, with Tim, and with the AI program ChatGPT in the first hour. I had a great time with everybody, filling in for Dave Scott. I want to really, really thank everybody for the positive and the nice comments you made for me. A special thanks to everybody who's listening in at your home, in your cars, and at work, wherever you may be. Thanks for participating in the chat on YouTube, Facebook, and the Spaced Out Travelers Club on our website, and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyrighted by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Ltd. Thank you so much for sharing this evening with me tonight, because together, my friends, I hope I get this right this time, we own the night.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.
What's up, Chad Smith? Jesus Christ. Can't people just leave me alone when I'm fucking trying to sleep? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Hey, John, careful with that water. Don't spill that too much, okay, buddy? Hey. Don't spill that, okay? Don't spill that water, okay? Hey, John, I told you.
Payload. Now, again, showing how advanced their technology is and how cognizant they are of how our systems operate.
And of that incident.
Greetings and welcome to the Richard Olin Show, where every week we fight the good fight. Very glad to be here with you. I have a lot planned for this particular presentation. Try to organize it the best way that I can. I hope that that will succeed in your estimation. I'll be talking about some.
Okay, should I go to bed or what? Maybe I'll just put on this shit for a few minutes. I ain't sleeping. Just like NASA. Fucking NASA, dude. Always not streaming shit. Like, whatever. Could be on the far side anyway.
Something that I definitely believe that the UFO research community needs to take very seriously.
My friend Richard Olin.
The outside
Richard
world,
Olin's a good friend of me and my
UFO
family.
researchers or
Gave
people
us
who don't even necessarily
free signed
think
books
or care
and
much about
stuff.
the
It's
UFO
cool.
subject. I do believe that this is something that they may find important as well. Over at my website, Richard Olin Members, for the past week and a half, I have been doing relatively deep dives into a recently published book by Jacques Vallée. This is Forbidden Science, Volume 5. Many of you know who Jacques Vallée is. He is, I think without a doubt, we can say one of the most important UFO researchers of all time, certainly one of the most brilliant. He's had a long career. He has been, he's not simply an innovative thinker, but he's been very well plugged into various circles of individuals who know a lot of things about the inside scoop on UFOs, as it were, and has been writing a journal. He's really unique in the UFO field in this regard, in terms of writing a journal for decades. The first one covered the period of the 1960s. And he had a second volume, which covered the 70s, a third volume, which covered the 1980s. Volume 4 covering the 90s, and now Volume 5 covering from 2000 to 2009. And that volume has just come out within the last month or so. It's very interesting. I certainly recommend it to any serious student of the phenomenon. What I am going to discuss are some key takeaways out of that volume that are, in my view, they are akin to bombshells that have been dropped silently, I think we can say, on the UFO field. And I say silently because I'm not aware that a lot of people are really having serious discussions about what he has had to say in it. But I want to go over what I believe are some of the key takeaways. And in fact, let me do that before we go any further. Key insights out of this book that I will be discussing here. When you read this last volume, you get 3 examples in about 12 or 13 years that he writes about of high-level United States government employees stumbling into what we might call the program. That is the program dealing with UFO secrecy, and specifically the program to study UFO technology. And that is exactly what he talks about here.
Lay down.
So that's something that we're going to discuss. Additionally, a very interesting statement from what I think is a good source regarding the reality of the whole alien autopsy phenomenon. Not talking about the Ray Santilli video or film, not talking about that. We're talking about, I mean, there has been longstanding leaks and rumors about alien autopsies from a variety of sources, and this is one of them that Vele will be talking about and that I will discuss here. A statement from former President George Herbert Walker Bush from 2004 about the UFO reality. We're going to get into that. And most suggestively, a program known as Zodiac. We can call it a UFO reverse engineering program. It might even be more than that, but definitely it seems to be that. So a few of the things that I'll be discussing here as well. These are going to be the key highlights. I strongly recommend that you stick around for all of it. I don't think you're going to want to miss any of this. And let me just say right off the bat, if you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, why don't you do it now? If you support what I do, hit that like button anytime you want. I think you're going to find this particular presentation to be interesting. And if you haven't clicked on notifications, don't do that. Now, let me jump right back into this. This is the first element of this will be to talk about the famous Davis-Wilson notes. Those of you who have been following the UFO field in any way for the last few years have heard about this. This is something that hit the scene in 2019. Very explosive notes written by Dr. Eric Davis, detailing his meeting in 2002 with former Admiral, retired Admiral Thomas R. Wilson, who's pictured here, all regarding Wilson's failed attempt in 1997 to gain access to a contractor's program dealing with UFO technology, and indeed their possession of an alien craft and their attempts to understand the technology of it. All of that is laid out in Davis's notes. When those notes came out in 2019, there were a number of UFO researchers shouting very vociferously that these were a hoax, they were a movie script, whatever. There is literally no leg for these people to stand on at this point. I mean, there really wasn't prior to the publication of Valet's book, but with the publication of this journal, there is absolutely not a chance that what they have is a legitimate argument here. These notes are real. Valet's book provides what I say is unequivocal proof of the reality of Davis's meeting with Wilson in 2002 and the creation of his notes to describe them accurately. I'm just going to discuss a little bit. I'm not going to belabor the whole Davis-Wilson thing. I've talked about it many times, but I do think it's useful for us to go over some of the things Valet has to say about it in these journals of his. And he has a lot to say. I'm only going to be discussing a sliver of it. This is one thing that Valet writes about from Edgar Mitchell, who, of course, is intimately involved with all of this from back in 2000. It was, of course, from Mitchell's estate that the notes came out at all. And it was Mitchell who attended the meeting with Wilson in 1997, along with UFO researcher Stephen Greer and Navy Commander Will Miller and a few other individuals. So here's Mitchell talking about this in 2000 to Valet. And he just says, I participated in the meeting in the Pentagon with the Joint Chiefs Intelligence Chief, that's Wilson. He goes on, he says, it was quite factual, discussing credibility of sightings, UFO sightings, the possible existence of a covert government organization, and reviewed testimony of a few military eyewitnesses. All interesting. He goes on, he says, the particular Vice Admiral, again, that's Wilson, and staff seemed naive and uninformed. This is Mitchell talking to Valet about the meeting. He goes on, he says, the Admiral promised to look into the issue of a covert high-level organization, you know, something along the lines of maybe an MJ-12 or some other kind of deeply secret UFO management program. And Mitchell then concluded the statement to Valet by saying, a few weeks later, Miller, Commander Will Miller, who's part of their group, received a cryptic call from the Admiral's office saying only, you are correct. So that's one interesting statement that you get. There's a few others here. Let me just pull up. Again, this is Valet talking about the Davis-Wilson situation in 2003. And he is talking about Wilson. At this point, Valet is, you know, he's involved with all the folks over at NIDS, that is the National Institute for Discovery Science, which included people like Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and Kit Green and Edgar Mitchell and Colm Kelleher and many others. So he's obviously quite familiar with the whole Davis-Wilson saga by this time. And what Valet is saying is, he's just saying Wilson was unimpressed by Greer, and he was upset at the meeting with Miller, who sounded flaky. But he was reportedly influenced by Shannon, that is Oak Shannon. That's just an interesting thing because Oak Shannon was recently, a few months ago, interviewed by Jay over at Project Unity, who did very, very fine job with him. And Oak Shannon talked about his involvement in connecting Wilson to Davis and to this group in general. So here's Valet simply writing about it from his perspective. And that Wilson agreed to look into the existence of a possible secret project involving UFO hardware. He goes on. William Perry, Secretary of Defense at the time, authorized his review of Black project budgets, and Wilson did find a multi-billion-dollar discrepancy that he tracked down, as General Jack Sheehan had done a few years before. I'm going to come back to Jack Sheehan shortly, so just put a little pin in that. All this simply confirms what many of us already knew. So that's Valet talking about that. Again, hang on. Jack Sheehan's a very interesting person in all of this. One mistake, minor one, that Valet makes here is that Perry was no longer Secretary of Defense when Wilson was looking into the Black budget records that in the spring of 1997. Perry had recently retired in that role. But what does seem to be true, at least what Davis's notes indicate, is that Wilson talked to Perry about it, and Perry gave him advice on how to go through the system. So that part is accurate. He goes on, and now he's talking about Davis's transcript itself, the notes. And Valet says the transcript is stupefying. Here is Wilson explaining that he searched through the records of special access programs under the authority of the SAPOC. That's a Special Access Program Oversight Committee. And of course, that is all detailed in the notes, indeed. He goes on, he says, he found not one but 3 programs related to UFOs. None of the 3 would talk to him. My reading of that is more like 4 programs, but whatever. Valet goes on. He says, it became clear that all they wanted out of the meeting was to know how Wilson had learned of their existence. This is something, by the way, that when I was shown these notes back in 2006, I was shown only a few pages of the notes, but I also was told explicitly by the individual who showed them to me that one of the primary reasons Wilson was able to get a meeting at all with these individuals, who we call the gatekeepers, was because they wanted to know how he had found out about the program. And here's Valet saying the exact same thing. He goes on. He's just again, describing Davis's notes. No, they said they had an alien craft. They had been studying it for many years and they were getting nowhere. They gave him no details. They said they had almost been outed once. And Valet again refers to Jack Sheehan, evidently referring to General Sheehan's inquiry. So they were nervous. I'm going to suggest a little later that they were not referring to General Sheehan. They were referring to another individual who also nearly outed the program. We'll get to all of that. Valet then states the security budget for the program was 6 or 7 times the research budget, something, again, that I have been told as well by individuals connected to all of this. So let's talk about Jack Sheehan. We're not going to belabor Thomas Wilson at this point any longer. There's no need. There, again, if there's anyone who really wants to maintain that the Davis notes are fake and who say, you know, silly things like, well, you know, Wilson denied it, so we have to take him at his word. There are journalists literally who have this position. I cannot believe it. Or people who say, well, Davis won't confirm it. Yes, of course Davis is not going to confirm it. Of course Wilson's not going to confirm it. If you read Davis's notes that he takes, Wilson actually said, if this ever comes out, I'm going to deny it 100%, 1,000%. It's obvious. How could he possibly confirm that? I mean, put yourself in that position. You know, you're deeply engaged in all of these classified programs. You've got your security classifications to your clearances to be concerned about, and you're going to just admit that this thing is true and just break all the trust that all of your other people in the intelligence community have in you. Of course, they're not going to do that. It's ridiculous. But I think we're at the point where there's no leg for any of the skeptics of Davis's notes to stand on. But let's continue and talk about Jack Sheehan, who was head of NATO's Atlantic Command. There's 4 stars on that man's lapel there. He was very important during the 1990s, and he also uncovered the project, we can say, and that's really indicated in Valet's notes here. So let's just get into it. Valet talks about a meeting between with Sheehan and Joe Firmage and Hal Puthoff in 1996, and then later with Firmage again in 98, and actually I believe a third time that Joe Firmage may have met with Sheehan. Joe Firmage, for those of you who may not recall, was a young tech, I think he was a billionaire back in the late 90s. Unfortunately for him, lost really his vast fortune in the dot-com crash of the spring of 2000. But up to that point was doing very, very well and was, to our point here, deeply engaged in the UFO subject and spending a lot of money and paying a lot of researchers to do UFO research. And before it really all fell apart for him in the early 2000s. But in any case, so he had met with this general in 96, along with Hal Puthoff. So they did this together. I think that's interesting. So Valet is writing about it. And by the way, I will just mention, in the early 2000s, I had a few communications myself with Joe Firmage, in person and on the phone. Just basically got to meet him, which was interesting. But he did tell me on one occasion that he had met with a 4-star general about this. And so here it is now, coming out in Valet's journals. What Valet writes is that Joe and Hal had started the discussion by showing the MJ-12 documents to Sheehan. He vaguely said he had seen something like that. That's kind of interesting. He's not saying that they're real. He's not saying it's valid. He's saying he had seen something like that. You could say maybe that's kind of non-committal. Fair enough. But he could have also said that looks like total nonsense. And apparently he did not say that to them. Let's continue. Valet writes, Sheehan then told the story of his boss instructing him to take a flight to a certain facility. Valet writes, presumably a Lockheed site. That's interesting. Where he saw and touched a craft. He also said he would honor his secrecy oath and not reveal more. However, he did say, he did acknowledge that he found a $9 billion discrepancy in some budgets, which led him to uncover the project. This is all Valet describing. He seemed disturbed at the absence of oversight.
No, John.
And one thing that came out here, which makes perfect sense, is that Sheehan was very close to former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld, of course, was Secretary of Defense under George W. Bush in the early 2000s. And you can wonder, did Rumsfeld also know about this UFO project and about the craft and so forth? And you can't really automatically assume, even though Rumsfeld was Sheehan's superior. Well, actually, Sheehan retired in 97. He was a Marine Corps 4-star general, retired in 97.
There you go, John.
Rumsfeld didn't become Secretary of Defense until a few years after that. So it's really not clear would Rumsfeld have known what Sheehan knew or not? I think it's very likely Rumsfeld did know. Donald Rumsfeld was very capable, SecDef, and he'd been deeply involved in Washington power politics since the mid-70s. He had a high-level job under Gerald Ford back in 1975. So Donald Rumsfeld, I'm going to guess, probably knew everything that Jack Sheehan knows. Sheehan's still alive. But anyway, I think that's just a very interesting statement. Now, what is not clear is when Sheehan had that experience with the craft and uncovering the program and all of that. He became head of NATO's Atlantic Command in October 94. Prior to that, he held the position of J3, which was Director of Operations at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Wilson, in 97, was Deputy Director J2, that's Director of Intelligence. And Wilson, soon after his experience, became promoted to Director of Intelligence J2. But Sheehan was J3, and that meant Director of Operations. So that's in the early 90s at the Joint Chiefs. He clearly was in a very good position to know a number of things, but it is not clear from Vallee's notes as to when that whole thing happened. So let's leave Sheehan, and we're going to talk about Charles Bowsher now. I think Charles Bowsher's story is very, very interesting and important. And this is another man who uncovered what we can call the project. He was Comptroller General of the United States for 15 years, from 1981 to 1996. That's through 2 terms of Ronald Reagan, 1 full term of George Herbert Walker Bush, and most of President Bill Clinton's first term as well. 15 years, and he is discussed in this book. Let's talk about Charles Bowsher. Vallee speculates, or believes, I think, in his journal, that Bowsher may be one of the 4 iron posts beyond Sheehan and Wilson. And here he was referring to something that Hal Puthoff had described as his 4 iron posts. Essentially, the impression you get is that these are the individuals that Puthoff believed were the most absolutely strong individuals who knew of the existence of the alien tech reverse engineering program. Okay, so the three would be Wilson, Sheehan, and Bowsher. It's not clear who the 4th one is, but here's Bowsher. So let's continue. Vallee writes, Bowsher found a crashed UFO program during a massive audit of classified projects. Less than a handful of officials knew about it. In the period of 1984 to 1985, Bowsher uncovered a bizarre special access program cover-up, which, this is Vallee writing here, surely violated every classification, executive order, regulation, and congressional rule. I really like the way Vallee described this. Very comprehensive and very, very definitive, and I think he is certainly right here. He goes on. He writes in his journal, they contemplated turning it over to justice for prosecution. Can you imagine? Just like put yourself in this situation for a second. You have the Comptroller General of the United States in the mid-1980s doing an audit of the Pentagon, doing an audit of the special access programs within the Pentagon, finding apparently this type of a program here and concluding you're doing things that are really wrong and in fact totally illegal, and we're going after you. This is not right. We're not going to put up with this. That's what he's describing here. This is incredible. Let me just make sure I've got it all. That congressional rule. They contemplated turning it over to justice for prosecution, but a powerful person in DOD quenched it, according to Valet, how he writes it. We're going to delve more into this in a moment, and I think it's a bit more complex than that. But I think he's got the fundamentals correct here. And then Valet concludes, he says, the program, according to the reviewers, had to do with an exotic, non-earthly vehicle. All right, so this is Bowsher. Now, let me just, let's take you to Davis's notes here. We're going to return. I'm just going to quote from pages 10 and 11 of those notes. So Davis, of course, is interviewing Wilson in 2002. They're discussing it, and he's quoting Wilson, roughly speaking. Wilson says, he's talking about the gatekeepers who he got to meet with, the gatekeepers of the alien reverse engineering program. They said they were formed out of necessity to protect themselves after a near disaster in the past almost blew their cover. Something to do with an agreement that was reached with a couple of Pentagon SESs, that's Senior Executive Service, basically personnel oversight, who were overseeing special access programs in those days. We're vague about when that was. He goes on. He says, this is again Wilson, years ago in past, an audit investigation led to them, and it wasn't supposed to, nearly outed. He goes on, a battle, a nasty back and forth between them and the investigator and his Pentagon chief ensued, like a tug of war for program transparency, they told me. Money was the issue. Their hiding out became the other issue. And he says some kind of threat was leveled to blow the lid off them, so they backed down and let the investigator in to complete his job. They worked very hard to keep the program hidden, and I think Davis then says, well, what happened with that? And Wilson says he was officially briefed, given the tour, shown their program. Said after that episode, a formal agreement was struck with Pentagon people at SAPOC to prevent this in the future. Did not want to repeat. Special criteria were established in agreement. He goes on, a special circumstance that must meet rigorous access criteria set by contractor committee, the contractor committee. No U.S. government personnel are to gain access unless they met the criteria, which was to be administered by the contractor committee. Who's the contractor committee? Wilson tells Davis. That is the program director, the attorney, and the security director. In other words, the gatekeepers of the contractor that he was meeting with at that time. They were the ones who determined the criteria for access by U.S. government personnel. And Wilson says, irregardless of the tickets or position of the U.S. government personnel. In other words, tickets meaning their security clearances. Didn't matter how high your clearance was, didn't matter what your position was, the gatekeepers determined who is in and who is out. And as Wilson concludes, he says, literally their way or the highway. So just a couple of things to review there. I think Davis's notes really expand significantly and give an extra amount of detail on what Valet is also writing about in his journal, which is that, Valet says the DOD quenched the investigation. That's basically true, but where you get in Davis's notes is a vast amount of much more detail and how this fight really went back and forth, and how I think this is really all referring to Bowsher here. I don't think this is referring to Sheehan. I could be wrong. Maybe it's referring to Sheehan, but you're talking about an audit. I mean, that's what the Comptroller General does. You're talking about, dealing with government transparency. Again, that's something that a comptroller would be much more obsessed with, frankly, than military individuals. Not that they wouldn't care either, but this is what it strikes me as. And then also where, Wilson's talking about years ago, quite a while ago, get the idea. So we're talking maybe more than a decade ago. So my feeling is that when you read Vallee's Volume 5 here of his Forbidden Science, you're seeing a large amount of connection to other data points that are already out that we already have, such as Davis's notes. They certainly correspond, I would say, very, very carefully. So let's think about this. Just let's pause here. You're talking about 3 specific threats to deeply classified government program, government/contractor program to study, well, alien technology. That's really what we're talking about. These are 3 very high-level individuals, Bauscher, Sheehan, and Wilson. All of them were in very responsible positions at the time that they stumbled onto the program or the programs. Each of them, certainly Bauscher, certainly Wilson, we know both made a really big stink about this. Wilson, you know, he's talking to the gatekeepers. He's telling them, this is your mistake that you have not brought me into the program, and I'm going to talk to Washington about this. And, you know, what he tells Davis is that their attitude was pretty nonchalant. They didn't really care. Their attitude was essentially, well, go ahead. This doesn't affect us. We're not afraid of you. And they had very good reason not to be afraid because as is indicated here, they got legal status to be the ones to decide who's in and who's out. So it's their decision. And indeed, Wilson went back to Washington, did complain, and he was threatened with his career. All of that is detailed in the note. It's not so clear how strongly Sheehan may have complained if he found a $9 billion discrepancy. Vallee did write that Sheehan was, I think it was disturbed by the lack of transparency, so he wasn't happy about it either. None of these men were happy about what they found. So you could say 3 times in 12 or 13 years, that's a lot. You know, you stop and think about it. It's quite significant for a program that is so serious, so secret, so profoundly revolutionary in its implications for our world. 3 times in just about a dozen or more years that this program ran into some serious internal opposition that wanted to, you know, to out it potentially. So you can look at it in that sense as a positive sign in favor of transparency, but then you have to recognize, well, in every one of those cases, the system was able to protect its secrecy every single time. So what does that tell us about this system? It tells me that this system works very well, very effectively at maintaining its secrecy against all significant opposition. They sometimes had to scramble a little bit. It looks like the Bauscher situation in the mid-'80s was a real danger, where things perhaps were in danger of coming out, maybe. But they took their measures to ensure that it wouldn't, and that was that. So the system, what I've sometimes referred to as legal illegality, essentially came into place, where these individuals were able to manage a multi-billion-dollar research and development and expensive program in terms of security, to manage all of that on taxpayer expense, by the way, and to have the U.S. government as essentially their security system to keep them away from all prying eyes. That's really the system as it has come into place. And you know, we in the Western nations, you know, you always hear about what the United States or Western Europe being described as democracies. Well, I will just ask you to consider how democratic is this system that we're talking about here. Democracy, coming from the Greek word demos, meaning people, government of the people. That's what democracy is supposed to signify. And yet, does it? What do we really have? What is the true nature of our system? I believe, and I'm not saying that we have a full-blown totalitarian or a full-blown dictatorship. What we have is something that we don't have proper language for, and that we really need proper language for. We don't have a true kind of conceptual understanding of the kind of system that is truly in place. We call it a democracy out of sheer laziness and out of sheer expediency for those people who run the system, because it's in their interest to call it democracy, obviously, because that's what people want to hear. That's not what we have. It's a system of secrecy. It's a system of immense power that is, in the case of the UFO UAP phenomenon, exercised behind the scenes with, well, apparently little to no oversight. So we're going to continue here because there's a bit more of significance, and I still need to get to Zodiac. That's very important. But before I get to that, I'm going to mention this man here. This is Brigadier General Donald Flickinger. He appears in this journal as well, and I think in a fairly significant way. Flickinger was a general, but what really makes him significant is that he was a medical doctor. And he does give what I think can fairly be said as a confirmation of some form of alien autopsy. Again, this is not to talk about the Santilli film. I think we need to just step away from that and recognize that throughout the history of the UFO research, there have been a number of researchers, particularly Leonard Stringfield comes to mind, who encountered a number of statements and bits of testimony that spoke to the reality of an alien autopsy phenomenon on multiple occasions. And so here is this man, Donald Flickinger, also speaking about it. So what's the context? So this is again in Vallee's book. And here he's talking about Dr. Kit Green, or Christopher Green, formerly of the CIA. Many people know who Kit Green is. One thing that he stated was that Flickinger was kind of a mentor to him. And here's Vallee describing what Kit Green said about Flickinger, who died in 1997 at about age of 90. Kit Green says, Don told me he had seen the alien autopsy material too. Many years earlier, when he was the first Air Force MD to make the rank of general officer. He told me it was all real. That's all I've got to say on Flickinger. It's just a very interesting statement, and I just wanted to make sure that that got out there. I want to talk now about former president, the late President George Herbert Walker Bush. This, to me, is another just nice little bombshell that is dropped in this book, where Bush in 2004, in his retirement, is talking to Dr. Eric Davis.
Sing under me.
Eric Davis.
Your little
just
camping
joined
boy.
In 2004 the AFIO, the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, a very significant organization, which at the time, apparently, the number 2 person in that organization, I'm sure it was honorary, was the former president. Of course, George Bush had been director of the CIA, if you remember, back in the 70s. So Bush is confirming it. Let's dig into it. Davis, upon joining the AFIO in 2004, had 2 phone conversations with former President Bush. It's quite interesting, which Vallee writes about.
I love you
so the first conversation, Davis mentions to the president his interest in the Philip Corso revelations. Can you imagine what a conversation this had to be? So Philip Corso, of course, in 97 had written a book called The Day After Roswell, where he is saying in the early 60s, working under General Arthur Trudeau, he was tasked with segueing alien technology to private industry. Okay, it was a huge explosive revelation at the time. People argued back and forth about it and so on. So here's Davis talking to President Bush about it. I just think that's incredible. So Davis asks, he says, could it be that Corso was mistaken in dealing with the material he was handling? Could that have been Nazi hardware? Could that have been Nazi hardware? Yeah, a lot of people might wonder that, right? Always rumors about the Germans with their advanced program during World War II. Bush says impossible. Impossible. The 2 topics were clearly separated. By that time, which 1947, Bush said all German secrets had been processed and filed away. They were not used as cover for anything else. Now, it has to be said, Bush was not saying that definitely Corso was handling alien material, but he also wasn't not saying that, at least as Davis related to Vallee. One would think if Bush thought the whole thing was BS, he would have said to Davis, like, come on, man, what's wrong with you? Get it together. You're talking about alien nonsense? Stop. He didn't do that. He just kiboshed the whole Nazi connection. He didn't have anything to say about the alien connection. I thought that was quite interesting. So here's where it gets even more interesting. The second phone conversation, where they got into the Holloman film. Now that's the 1971, an alleged landing of a UFO at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. Been much discussed in the lore for years and years and years. Valet says, which remains a fixation for Hal, Eric, and me. I thought that was a nice little touch. The Holloman film. So Davis asks George Bush about this film. And what Valet writes is, the former president was aware of it. Okay, so by itself, that's kind of an amazing thing, right? I mean, you think about the attitude of the establishment in 2004. Who in the hell is going to be talking about something like the Holloman film in those circles openly, publicly? No one at all. George Bush Sr. would never, ever, ever have talked about that kind of thing publicly or acknowledge its reality. He would have said, I don't know what you're talking about. But here he's talking to Davis about it, and he knows about it. But it gets even better. So Davis asks Bush, okay, you're aware of it. Let's get real here. Was that a training film? Was that a special ops exercise? In other words, was there a conventional explanation to that whole event? And what Bush says is no. It was the real thing. There was a secret project, said Bush, and the security was obscene. That was his word. The security was obscene. So he's talking about it in the past tense. So you might think, well, maybe there isn't a present version of that. But I think that's kind of ridiculous. Of course, there's a present version of it. Bush is talking about ancient history here, 1971 Holloman. And he's also referring to what he knew in his active years with CIA and as president. So yeah, he's going to talk about the security was obscene. The program was real. This was the real thing. An extraordinary statement by George Herbert Walker Bush on what I will say is the UFO and ET reality. And here it is in Valet's book. Really, for the first time, I think you get something approaching, a specific statement that I think can reliably be attributed to the former president. His people around him would probably say, that's all rumor, that's all, just people talking. But look, we're getting this directly from from Davis to Valet. And so you can say, well, Davis is just making this up. But, I don't think that's the case. I don't think there's any reason that any rational person would say that. You're talking about friends who have, deep knowledge and who are very careful in relaying this only to themselves. Valet happens to write it in his journal, so it gets published. But I don't think there is any reason whatsoever to doubt that Davis was telling Valet the truth and that Bush literally said what Valet is writing. So real interesting stuff. Before we get to Zodiac, I just...
John, no.
Also a significant statement that Valet makes just about the assessment of how UFO, UAP secrecy evolved over the years. And he's just writing, I forget what year this was, maybe 05, 06, I can't recall. Valet says, my friends believe the hardware reverse engineering project in question is not a simple special access program, but belongs to, quote, a special subset of the unacknowledged carve-out waived programs. This is really a reference to what you get in Davis's notes with Wilson. Valet says, in other words, there is no way to know the code word and the budgets hidden inside other special access budgets, stacked like Russian dolls. That's a good analogy, like Russian dolls, one fitting into another, into another, into another, into another. How do you get to the ultimate truth? Because you've got programs buried or nested within other programs. Exactly. Now, and then he has this to say about how the secrecy, or at least what he and his circle believed how the secrecy evolved. He's writing, evidently the program was inside the government at some point. He's talking about the reverse engineering program, the program to study alien tech. He says, evidently the program was inside the US government at some point. Under Nixon, it got transferred to a private contractor in order to secure it. And he goes on, as in the remote viewing program at SRI, the parts that the managers wanted kept secret were handled as proprietary, not subject to freedom of information. Classified papers are subject to review and reclassification, while proprietary data can be kept secret forever. Yes, exactly. And this is something that, again, in the UFO research field, you've had a number of researchers talking about this for a long, long time, that it's not just classified. We're talking about matters that are proprietary. It's a very effective way to take a sensitive subject out of public purview. And particularly, this became, I think, very valuable after the 1970s when the Freedom of Information Act was strengthened in 1974, and when researchers were able to start petitioning the United States government for UFO documents, starting around that period of time. Well, at that point, when you start getting privatization, the information is no longer formally or legally under the purview of the United States government. It becomes under the purview of a private contractor to the United States government, therefore impervious to FOIA. That's a really effective system. It's a system, again, of legal illegality. Now let's talk about Zodiac. Absolutely fascinating elements here that you get in Valet's book, and we're gonna be bouncing around to other sources as well when I talk about this. So here's Valet in 2000, writing in the year 2000 about a NIDS board meeting. Again, NIDS is the National Institute for Discovery Science, owned by Robert Bigelow at the time, which included people like Valet, people like Eric Davis, who's pictured here, people like Hal Puthoff and John Alexander and Kit Green and Colm Kelleher and Edgar Mitchell. All of them were on the board of NIDS at the time. So Valet's writing about a NIDS meeting in 2000, and he says, the first topic concerned the revelations of a former TRW employee. TRW, of course, was a major defense contractor bought out by Northrop in 02 or 04, 02, I think. He goes on, an attorney friend of hers, the employee, the woman, an attorney friend of hers has gathered her testimony. She was part of a secret reverse engineering project called Zodiac. Eric has compiled his own file. In 2001, Valet continues, he's coming back to this. He says, Eric Davis retold the story of Zodiac, which involves real people like Jerry Rosenberg, currently at IDA. I think that's Institute for Defense Analyses. And Dale Graff, who was part of the remote viewing experiments at Wright-Patterson. Now, let's just stop right there. That's interesting. Dale Graff, dealing with remote viewing at Wright. First of all, remote viewing at Wright-Patterson is interesting, but having a remote viewing expert dealing with Zodiac is also interesting. Why would that be the case? Well, when you look through some of the history of this subject, you go back through, I should have pulled this up as a slide, Wilbert Smith in 1950, who writes his memo to the Canadian government after his meeting with Dr. Robert Sarbacher in 1950, where Smith is telling his government people about what he learned and saying that U.S. government people believe that there's critically important mental phenomenon to this subject. Not that it's make-believe, but that you get the impression it's kind of a telepathic thing happening here. There's something beyond mere physicality. Smith's writing about this in 1950. And so, and then, you've got the famous case of Dr. Eric Walker, something that I've talked about a number of times. Grant Cameron's talked about Eric Walker quite a bit, where Walker gets a phone call from a researcher who they were talking about psi phenomena being very, very important in the management of the UFO, dealing with the UFO.
Hey, John, no.
Basically said, look, if you don't know the mathematics or at least understand psi phenomena,
can't bring you anywhere.
No one will want you in the program. So psi phenomenon is important. And here we have Valet mentioning a person dealing with remote viewing as part of Zodiac. I just think that's an interesting connection. He goes on. Valet writes, Eric has been told there are 10 Villabine volumes at Wright Pat with Roswell data concerning 2 crashed manta ray-shaped craft, recovered bodies, foil-type material, and a special study by TRW. Now, let's go to this email. This is from the final page of the infamous alien autopsy email thread. I mentioned that a little while ago, in which some researchers really lost it. It was actually kind of funny when this whole thing came out. There were people like, that whole thing, I can't believe that these people are talking about the reality of the Santilli autopsy email, those idiots, missing the entire point. First of all, in 1999, there was still some debate as to whether that autopsy video was legit or not. And in fact, look, if you really want to get into it, there are still people who maintain it. But I'm not here to discuss that. It's not the point. What I am interested in is the attitude that the individuals on this email thread have about alien autopsy in general. But then there's this last email from July 31st, 1999 by Hal Puthoff to Kit Green and Kit's wife, Kristen. And this is what Hal Puthoff writes in 99. He says, just wanted to check. Didn't I send you a package of UFO magazine articles by the pseudonymous author Sedge Masters concerning crash retrievals by a group called Zodiac? If so, still hoping for a readout by you on this, as we have reason to believe the, trying to read this here, as we have reason to believe the set of stories, 3, I think, are only slightly fictionalized versions of a source's experiences writing up records for the archives at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Specifically, ever heard of Zodiac, which is supposed to be the true name? Yeah, interesting. It goes on, by the way, this last little statement's kind of interesting too. It's the second question. Colm Kelleher once mentioned that you had seen real autopsy records. Are you holding out on me? With a nice little smiley face. Yeah, that's interesting. But the other thing about Zodiac and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, well, and the Sedge Masters, what's that all about? Well, after looking into this, I realized I personally had those 3 issues of UFO magazine. And so what I did was I took photographs of every page and I turned them all into